Welcome, everybody, to a historic event in Hanover, New Jersey. The New York Academy Derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor. The first time ever that this tournament is being put on. David Goss and Connor Lade with you for an afternoon of soccer. We are very excited to see these teams go against each other. We start off with the U15 matchup, NYCFC against the Red Bulls, and then we've got our championship game coming up later this afternoon with the trophy lift afterwards between the U17 sides and Connor. We're going to talk a lot about these teams, about development, and there's so many pieces to development. One of the things all these coaches talked to us about was learning how to deal with pressure is a big moment for these teams with this rivalry, with the broadcast, with all that goes around Red Bull versus NYCFC, with the Hudson River Derby. This is an opportunity for these players to sort of learn how to deal with these big moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an exciting day for these young players. You know, you get these games throughout the year, but there's so many added layers here today with the broadcast, with a trophy on the line. And you always have those, bragging rights that you're fighting for, but now there's so much more. Adidas and Body Armor did a great job putting this together for these young players here today. And ultimately, you're fighting for bragging rights in this market. Both these teams are fighting for players on and off the field, so it's going to be a very interesting battle here today.
We expect a return leg to be played at some point at NYCFC, but for the home side, we'll call them New York Red Bulls, coming out in their all-black kits with red stripes, as you see the trophy that the U17s will be playing for later today. In goal for New York Red Bulls, Dreni Idrisi, a Bosnian youth international, Kosovoan youth international, a three-man center-back pairing of Agnaldo Hermano, Jed Aquaboa, and Ethan Ortiz is the star piece of this U15 squad for New York Red Bulls. In midfield, Kyle Evans and Nate Worth will partner in defensive midfield. Copeland Berkeley, the number 10 out wide. The two wingbacks, Evan Marquez on the left and Jeremiah White on the right. And then the two forwards, Patrick Shaw and Lenny Alvarez, will lead the attack for this New York Red Bulls side. As you see them lined up and ready to go here from the training center for NYCFC. Yagu Deyev in goal, a back four from right to left as we get kicked off the first ever New York Academy Derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor. Andre Berea at right back, Kevin DaCosta and Phineas Lonergan, the center back pairing for NYCFC, and Christian McFarlane coming back from an injury, but a big-time prospect at left back for this NYCFC squad. Midfield pairing, the defensive side in Caden Pollard as well as Gino LaVista. An attacking three from left to right of Tafoya, Martinez, and Arias. And then the big name up top, Joe Arena. His older brother, Gio, helped win a national title for the NYCFC Academy in their first year in the USSDA. And now, of course, playing over in Champions League. His dad was pretty good at soccer as well.
I think a pretty good history there in the Reina family, and one player to watch here today. As you can see, tackles are already flying here today. These players are up for this game. Why wouldn't they?
So for Red Bulls, first opportunity to get over a set piece here. These teams looking for the breakthrough. It'll be 40-minute halves to play. You can see the sun shining, a gorgeous day for soccer. 5 subs available for both sides. 2 stoppages to make those subs. So it'll be Nate Worth standing over this one. Worth serves it in, floated into the box. And out comes Yagu Deyev and makes the catch, and then immediately trying to start the attack the other way. NYCFC turning it over in transition. Red Bulls back on the ball, and Worth showing his quality in central midfield. Jonathan Rhodes, the head coach for this New York Red Bull side, looking for the first breakthrough, and a gorgeous tackle there. Ball comes flying our way.
Huge tackle there. Yeah, Kelvin DaCosta with a massive game, a really huge tackle to keep Red Bulls off the score sheet. But a good little piece of transition play from Agnaldo Germano. He really did a good job to break up that NYC transition attack. And Nate Worth showing why he's one of the main players and one to watch for this Red Bull team.
Yagu Deyev out wide to Lonergan. Lonergan playing up 2 age groups at left center back. But when we talked to the coaching staff, Hugo Guzman as well as Matt Pilkington, the academy director, they said he is maybe the most physical player on this team, which allows you to play up that level. Chance here coming again for Red Bull. Pushing into the attack 1v1 defending, and Baera comes away with it as Evan Marquez battles with him. And we play through, and there'll be a throw in for NYCFC. Marquez going to be a big part of this attack along with Jeremiah White on the right side, playing as wingbacks. A bit unique for the Red Bull system, but not completely unique for the Red Bull family.
Absolutely, yeah. They want their outside backs to be aggressive, and really when you look, this big tackle there in the middle of the field. I mean, there's no shortage of big tackles in this first couple of minutes, but yeah, they want their outside backs to be aggressive. Jonathan Rhodes has told us he wants his team to have a fast start, really get this press ignited early and try to put NYCFC off balance.
So for NYCFC going direct off that free kick. Now a chance for the Red Bulls to push forward. Marquez serves it in with his left foot. And the offside flag will go up. The other big piece that Jonathan Rhodes talked about coming into this game is the quality of the left foot from Evan Marquez. Said maybe at times even better than John Tolkien, who's probably the cleanest we've seen come up through academy and made his MLS debut last week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, big compliment there from Coach Jonathan Rhodes, and he wants Evan Marquez to be aggressive. He says he really has great service. He wants him to get to that byline. Not necessarily play those deeper crosses because it allows those forwards to really, get some good runs into the box. So he wants him to be aggressive, especially against this NYCFC side. And really for these outside backs, playing those win-back positions, it allows them to be super ultra aggressive, which, at times can be very good, but you have to make sure you're organized behind the ball or else you could get caught.
You sound jealous.
I am very jealous. What a perfect system to play for an outside back.
For those wing-backs, that opportunity, and then NYCFC on the flip side. These two clubs not currently playing in MLS Next League play because they're in separate divisions, the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. That's part of why this series was put together, and then Body Armor and Adidas stepping in as fantastic sponsors. And so for NYCFC, they know the press is coming, and it'll be interesting to see how they choose to handle it, how direct they choose to go, how often they try and play through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's one thing you always know with NYCFC, they want to play. And so they're going to be brave, especially these youth players who want to show it's system against system, and it's always been that way. Who can be better on the day at playing their system and being at their best? So it's going to be interesting to see how this starts, and so far it's been end-to-end, and it's going to be an exciting game from here.
Evans regaining possession, but turns it over to McFarlane, who gets fouled. Deep in the corner for NYCFC. I mentioned Hugo Guzman, the head coach for this side, coming back to his native New York area from Sacramento, where he was working with the Sacramento Republic Academy for a few years. It's a ton of experience out of Met Oval, where some of the best NYCFC Academy players have come out of. Of course, Justin Hack, former Met Oval player, currently with the MLS side. Has a couple big performances for them. Few players pushing through to the MLS team for NYCFC over the last few weeks. James Sands, of course, and now Tavon Gray and Andres Jasson. These players looking to be the next part of that. What's it like when you see someone else come up through the system, maybe someone you've even played with or against?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all these players know each other so well, even neighbors. There's households divided here. It's a red versus blue in this area, and, they're all so familiar with each other from not only playing in the same area, but youth national team, playing, with different clubs.
Marquez serves this one in, and it goes through the box and through everyone.
But it's so great to see that, the region represented here from, so many different clubs, through New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and, even from afar, with a lot of these guys coming from different academies from around the country to really play with these two elite clubs. So it's going to be very interesting. These players want bragging rights over their good buddies from across the river.
Yeah, a lot of these players have played at academies, as you mentioned, Beachside, Oakwood, Met Oval, some of the big ones, Gotchi in the area that these players all played together in before they went their red and blue separate ways for a little while. Sometimes people cross that divide again.
I think that's what's tricky, and I feel like it's a constant recruitment of trying to keep players around and giving them the right opportunity so they do stick around and continue that development under your control.
Aviles gets a toe to that one just before DaCosta, and there'll be a throw in here for NYCFC. both these clubs. One of the big pieces, and we'll talk to Sean McCafferty a little bit later, the head of the New York Red Bull Academy. We're also going to talk in the second game. This is during the U17 game, which will kick off around 4 o'clock p.m. We'll also talk to Sam Pugsley from NYCFC about what they've done. But one of the big things all of them talked about was the relationships with other clubs and having relationships with the local clubs, the established ones. You're not trying to bring in 10 or 15 players and rob these teams of their talent. It's the 1 or 2% that can make it to the professional level. And I think both these clubs have worked on building those relationships over the last few years.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you're competitive on the field, but even more so off the field. We're trying to establish these relationships and, you know, trying to find that right player and not even taking them and trying to develop them. You're really working with these clubs to develop them a little bit for you. And so that when they're ready to make that jump, you're not having to do all that legwork. And so it's, you know, they find a good balance. You know, I'm a product of, you know, different clubs around the area, and you know how it's, you know, super ultra competitive to even get into these sides. And so I think it's exciting to see all these guys represented from different places and coming together under, you know, NYCFC and Red Bull umbrellas, and you know, they're going to be fighting here to get those bragging rights today.
So Reyna gets it off to the feet of Martinez, and now scooped back over the top towards Reyna, and the shot hits the side of the net. First big opportunity, it was Chris Arias with the shot, and then the save forced into and made by Idrizi.
Yeah, great little turn there from Arias, and just gets a great left-footed strike on the ball. And Idrizi just gets his hand across and just parried wide, just does enough. And you can see this is going to be a battle of set pieces, and something Coach Jonathan Rhodes really emphasized. It's going to be a battle of 2 boxes to see who wants it more.
And the win could be a big factor. It's coming from behind the New York Red Bull defending goal right now. So you can see a little bit on that corner flag. It will push this ball further away from goal, and also something that these teams will have to watch out for over the course of the full game, swapping halves. The first corner played in here. A footed service, bouncing at the top of the box. Worth can't get it away. And a good shot going back the other way by, it looked like Callum Pollard.
Yeah, good position here from Pollard. You know, unfortunate that the guy down frame, but again, these are going to be big opportunities, and you got to be stout defensively and aggressive offensively in both boxes.
Strong tackle again. Almost everything has had Nate Worth involved or around the play so far. The number 8 for New York Red Bulls sitting in midfield.
Yeah, Nate Worth, a player who they're extremely high on. You know, he's so versatile in this midfield. He can play in the 6, he can play in the 8, the 10. You know, someone definitely we should be watching for this game, but you always see he's in and around the action. Already throwing in some big tackles here today. You can tell he's up for this one.
A little soccer tennis played, and finally falls for New York. Avilés and DaCosta in a battle. Avilés sneaks by DaCosta. The tackle not enough. The cross coming in. It's going to bounce here. Marquez not able to get his chest on it. And now New York Red Bulls looking to get back into the attack.
Yeah, you can see the wind played a little bit of a factor there. Avilés puts the ball in. He had 2 runners and it just held up a little bit in the wind.
And it looked like Berkeley and Marquez, a little bit maybe of a miscommunication of who was going to take that cross. And it bounced a little too high for Marquez.
Yeah, I think everyone got a little bit fooled there.
Pollard trying to restart the attack. Arias can't get it under control. Avilés, an active first half, though, for him for New York Red Bulls.
Definitely, he's been strong. He's been aggressive. You could see it with a great run up the right side there and putting in a good ball that, you know, just unfortunately no Red Bulls could get on the end of it, but he's been very active from the start here, and you can tell he's feeling it today. You know, I think all these players are up for this one, you can tell.
That one quickly pushed back. Hermano not able to make the pass, and then Aquaboa floats it into the attacking half. Now a chance for NYCFC to break. Martinez leading the attack. He's got Reyna alongside him, and a crunching tackle put in by Jeremiah White. And he'll pick up the foul. That name sounds familiar. His dad, a cap with the U.S. national team, played a number of years over in Europe after leaving Wake Forest, including in Denmark, in France, Greece, and then with the New England Revolution. Now his son getting it done along that right side. Really big words from Coach Rhodes about his performances, especially his ability to cover ground throughout the game, which I've already seen in this one. A free kick coming for NYCFC. Ball floated in right on the 6, and it's knocked down and goes wide. Big opportunity for NYCFC. And Aquaboa is able to clear the lines for the Red Bulls.
Yeah, ball just got floated up there. And again, the wind is definitely playing a factor here today. Adrizi's trying to come out and grab it, but it just held up a little bit, squirts out, and McFarland just couldn't get on the end of that one. Just tried to poke at it a little bit and just couldn't get on the end of it.
Now Marquez with the early ball up to Shaw. Shaw switches blocked. Who else but Nate Worth winning the second ball. Good battle in central midfield so far. Tackle there. An aggressive one from Ortiz. And he comes away with possession. And you said it early, but neither of these teams stepping out of any of these tackles.
Yeah, no one's backing down here today. And, you know, NYCFC, Red Bull, you know it's going to be that way. And I think it's going to be a battle all day long, but it's going to, you know, the little factors or the little things that make you unique in your philosophy and your identity are going to really push you over the top today. But, you know, the baseline is you got to win these battles around the field.
Talk to me a little about if you're this Red Bull group coming out in a 5-3-2, whatever you want to call it, and then 4-3-3 for NYCFC. How does that midfield battle play out in terms of numbers?
Yeah, it's massive. I think this game's going to be won and lost in transition. You can tell your Red Bull's got that back three, and they're going to push numbers forward to try to, you know, disrupt NYCFC from building out. And I think that's going to be something key for them. But NYCFC, you know, they're going to, if you can break that first line of pressure, you know, you've got a back three there. But if you can get numbers going forward, it's going to be.
Chance here for the center back, Hermano, getting into the box, and he forces the first save from Yagudeyev.
Great opportunity there from Germano.
And you mentioned pushing numbers forward. That's a center back.
I mean, yeah, and they almost have license to go in these back three if you have time because you have help with the sixes staying, but Germano just put his whole body through that one. Yagudeyev just did so well to get this stop there.
Corner kick coming now. Red Bulls play it to the top of the box. White with the touch in the box. Ortiz's shot is saved. Second opportunity here for the Red Bulls. Aquaboa clips it over the top. Yagudeyev comes out, and the offside flag goes up on Shaw. But another set piece, another dangerous opportunity for these two teams.
Yeah, it was a great little ball there from Kyle Evans. You know, whips in a dangerous ball into the box into the 6. And Ortiz just tries to get on the end of it. But again, Yagudeyev just does so well to be big, be strong, and deny them.
Both these goalkeepers, early work here in this one. Ortiz and Aquaboa back to take it, and Aquaboa plays it straight out. Martinez lays it off. Dangerous feet there. And another touch for a goalkeeper. It was Baera, the fullback, coming in field, though, and helping make that happen.
Yeah, great little play there. Joe Arena gets on the end of it, tries to, you know, get his foot around that one, puts it on frame, and Drewsy's up to the task. But good little combination play there from NYCFC after Red Bulls had a couple good chances. Good press here for NYCFC as Reina forced a turnover but then loses possession. I have to start right now and say, off the top of the broadcast, I said Drenny Adrizi played for a different national team. He plays for Kosovo. I know that can be not the countries you want to confuse, so I apologize to the Adrizi family right here and right now, and I promise I won't make that mistake again. Adrizi actually one of the players who qualifies to play down in age group because he's a late developer, but everyone in the Red Bull Academy says he might be the best technical goalkeeper in the system.
both his feet and his ability to read the game, and we've already seen that so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They're so high on this young goalkeeper, and he's got great feet. He's got good understanding about the position, and when to be aggressive, when to stay on his line. And I feel like he's still so young, and so is he going to grow a little bit? That could really put him over the top into one of the top prospects, not only in the area but in the country. So,
or is the next Nick Raimondo?
It could be either way. I mean, we've seen some incredible, smaller built goalkeepers. So, the sky's the limit for him.
Worth trying to play it down the line. Arias with the interception. Plays into the feet of Pollard, trying to start the attack going back the other way. Just a little bit too high up the line. And Hermano puts that one out. You can hear the coaching staff talking to NYCFC. And you mentioned the game being won in transition. We haven't seen the dominant possession maybe you'd expect from an NYCFC side, but they've been dangerous when they've gotten into the final third, like we see right here.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely have. And I think, a big thing for them, at least, from my experience playing against NYCFC, against Red Bull, they're going to want to slow the game down, because Red Bull can press and be, trying to keep that game up tempo.
White trying to sneak it through for Shaw, and the offside flag goes up. We've seen now Shaw working that back line, caught a couple times, but right on the edge.
Yeah, Shaw's definitely been aggressive in his movements, and you can tell that, Lenny Avilés is maybe, he does threaten behind, but he's good in build-up, and you can tell Shaw's looking to run off of him and try to be maybe a little bit more of the aggressor in terms of runs behind.
For this Red Bull U15 side, they were hoping to challenge for a national championship last year, and we saw Bento Estrella, who signed as the youngest Red Bull MLS player in history, was going to be a part of that group, and some players that we're going to see coming up later this afternoon, Serge Ngoma, as well as Curtis Afori, who have all signed USL deals, were supposed to be part of that side as well. Obviously, one of the many things that didn't happen in 2020, but this group cutting back to business here in 2021. Shaw's shot is blocked. McFarland with the clearance. And some pressure in midfield. New York's able to keep it, the Red Bulls, able to keep it back in the attack. And then finally cleared out. It was Kyle Evans putting that secondary pressure on.
Yeah, great little run there from Avilés. Does so well to come back into the game, find the ball, and just a good, strong run upfield. And Shaw just, puts a good shot on it. But I think it's, they've been aggressive here. They've been on the front foot, and I think NYCFC is still finding their way in this game. They have had a couple opportunities, but I think Red Bulls had the upper hand a little bit here.
And that one blocked out. You can see maybe the wind actually working to the benefit for Red Bulls of holding that ball up over the top, giving enough space for these forwards to run onto them. And you can hear it blowing through our mics. It's a gorgeous day for soccer. There are some dangerous clouds. They're all in Morristown and then threatening to come this way.
That's right. I'm sure you're going to hear some planes today. Morristown Airport flying right over the top here. But I'm not even sure. This wind's swirling here.
Yeah, it has shifted all over the place. Good physical play there from La Vista to keep possession for his side. And now Reyna restarting the attack. He's got Tafoya and Arias alongside him. Sneaks it through to the feet of Arias. Arias one-on-one with White, and White wins the tackle.
It's a huge tackle there from White, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. If you can break that first line of pressure from Red Bulls, and get numbers forward, really commit, you can have some dangerous opportunities.
The two forwards trying to link up, and Shaw and Yagude have a huge collision there. It's been right on par from what we've seen so far in this first half. David Goss and Connor Lade with you. The first ever New York Academy Derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor. The hors d'oeuvre, you could say, the appetizer, the U15 matchup here. NYCFC against the New York Red Bulls. We're going to follow this one up with a U17 matchup. That one for the championship later on. This game, 40-minute halves for an 80-minute set of action. If they're still tied at the end, it will finish in a tie, but feels like there's enough goals in this one. As NYCFC puts the cross in, Tafoya has it bounce just over his head, and Marquez with the clearance.
Yeah, good opportunity for NYCFC there, and again, the wind Wind, I think, is been the best defender here today, although there has been some huge tackles. But, I think for Red Bull, they've got bailed out a little bit there. Tafoya was in a good spot. If that ball doesn't take that hop, he might have a great opportunity there, and NYCFC is looking to take that 1-0 lead.
Yagudayev comfortable there in the face of pressure into the feet of DaCosta. Pollard's pass is deflected. White immediately starting the attack. Berkeley getting into the box and has it knocked away. Now White closing here. The right wing back been aggressive as this first half has gone along. Good battle between him and McFarland. Berkeley comes over to help. Onto the on-rushing Evans' feet. Claims for foul are not met by our referee. Man, it's hard to keep up with the speed of play from the sideline, let alone out on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Both these teams, when you win the ball, you want to really get to goal, and especially with that Red Bull side, as soon as you win that ball, they're looking to break. NYCFC has done a good job as well. I mean, you could see on the play before Joe Arena collects the ball and plays, a very good, driving upfield, plays a great ball across, and White has a great defensive play. But, when they break, they're going to be very dangerous.
Well, Gio got called Claudio probably at the beginning, so it's Joe's turn for a little while until he makes his own name. Based off Gio's timeline, we're about 16 months away from that.
Sky's the limit.
Gio, part of the inaugural NYCFC Academy group that has done so well. Joe Scally over in the Bundesliga now with Borussia Mönchengladbach out of that team. Number of players playing in the College Cup currently because of the odd COVID season. I think 7 in the Elite 8 of the College Cup out of the NYCFC Academy. So a lot of production already in just a few years. You were part of kind of the first wave of the Red Bull Academy. 1, what was it like? But 2, how different is it now compared to what you came into?
Oh, my, night and day.
Look at this field.
It's incredible. I mean, this field is absolutely, I can't see an imperfection anywhere. I mean, there's no excuses here today not to play some beautiful soccer, but yeah, it's so different. My first year was the very first year the academy was actually, the development academy was in existence. And
Marquez now flying forward. Early ball up the line, gets through. And Yagudayev right there to get his hands on it.
Great ball there from Marquez. And Aviles has been so active trying to get behind and just a little bit too hard. But, I mean, especially with NYCFC, I think that's what's something been so impressive of their academy. It's so young, but the type of players that they developed, and like you mentioned, Joe Scally, Gio Reyna, these guys who are playing at big clubs now and being, great players. And Red Bulls has a little bit of upper hand. They've been around for so long, Metro Stars Academy, Red Bulls Academy. I mean, you heard about those teams forever, but now having 2 very elite clubs in the area, you're fighting for so many players, and it's only a limited talent pool. And so you're going and fighting for the same guys. And so, for me, we had a bigger pick of the litter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you could draw from a lot more guys, but it's interesting, and, the recruitment doesn't stop here.
Yeah, for Red Bull early on, yourself, Matt Miazga, Juan Agudelo, of course, Tyler Adams later on. A lot of great talent that's come out. You look around MLS now, Alex Muil, of course, in Nashville as a starter in the playoffs. Derek Etienne Jr. getting a goal in MLS Cup. What Jared Stroud's done for Austin, it's not just for Red Bulls, it's for the national teams as well as these other clubs. As White comes in there, a huge tackle once again, and we've got a corner kick coming up for New York Red Bulls.
Yeah, White's really been aggressive on both ends. A couple great 1v1 matchups defensively, and he's been really aggressive to get forward, and he's provided some great chances for Red Bulls here. He's really been one of the stars today here.
So Marquez with his cultured left foot will serve this one in. Big opportunity for New York Red Bulls to try and break through for the first ever goal in the New York Academy Derby. Marquez floats it in right on top of the 6, punched away, and now NYCFC not able to clear it, but Marquez in an offside position. It looked like NYCFC had the break going the other way.
Yeah, great punch there from Yagudayev. So aggressive, especially it's so difficult for a keeper with this ball floating up into the wind, but he timed that so well. And you can tell, Red Bull commits a lot of numbers forward, and if you can just, find a way to break that first line of pressure, there's some chances to be had.
Brave goalkeeping, as you said, from Yagudayev. He's had an active first half here.
On the flip side, though, these 3 center backs have been pretty good, pretty organized so far here today, and they're always trying to keep a player up, a one-man advantage kind of in transition, and it's going to be big for Nate Worth and Kyle Evans to really have that, one of them holding there, because NYCFC traditionally has kept a lot of guys forward, and when they do break, they like to break with numbers, and so that's going to be important to see how that plays out in transition today.
For this New York Red Bull side, a good group put together here, but you'll see as we get into our second game for both these teams, a huge impetus on playing players up age groups, playing them against as high a competition as you can get. And so we've already mentioned, players like Phineas Lonergan, who are playing a year or two up here, and then some other big pieces that play up with the U17s, U19s, and as for Red Bull side, USL. And a lot of these players here train day in and day out with the U17s and then come and play games here as part of the U15s.
Yeah, it's so interesting in their development. There's so much room for, moving up and down and, getting opportunities now, with the USL side for Red Bulls and first team for really all these players. It's really incredible. And, I really don't envy the job of these coaches, because I don't think going into any game they know quite what their roster is going to look like, because there's so much movement. But it's really affording to get these players opportunities at that high level and try to develop them.
Reyna here puts Red Bulls under pressure. Aquaboa with the tackle, and we're looking at our first card of the game.
Yeah, great little play there from Joe Reyna to so well to nip that, and he's aggressive, and Aquaboa has no choice but to take him down there to prevent the attack.
It's the first yellow card of the game. See Jonathan Rhodes and that New York Red Bull coaching staff over there on the sideline. And credit to Reyna, the one-man press, drawing a dangerous free kick as well as the yellow card against New York Red Bulls.
Yeah, I think Joe Reyna's marked that down in his notebook. He knows now Aquaboa is someone he's going to want to get after, be aggressive with on that yellow card.
So it looks like it'll be Arias to serve in this free kick again. Headed down at the top of the box. Tafoya now gets to the end line, and his cross blocked by Aquaboa. Dangerous look. Good work there from Baera, who has been a bright spot from the right back position.
Yeah, this right side of NYCFC has been very aggressive today. Tafoya and Baera, they've been very active. They've had some good chances. Tafoya has been really good, getting to that end line, whipping some really dangerous balls across. Aquaboa does a great job on the initial one, and I think they've, that's for this Red Bull side, they're going to have to key in on this left side.
Worth with a big switch for Marquez. Tafoya comes back, does good work defending, and now Reyna has it for NYCFC. It's the referee's feet, so we'll stop play.
One of the interesting rules. I mean,
new change to the game.
New change to the game. I feel like the amount
takes the guilt away from the refs of feeling like they launched the counterattack the other way.
I mean, the amount of attacks, verbal attacks that have been, caused on their behalf in the past, I think it's saving them a lot of grief.
I think it was a Landon Donovan goal against Mexico, like 06, 07, off the referee's foot. Obviously, the referees are in favor of the U.S. national team.
Change the rules conveniently after that.
No, it's been 15 years or 14 years. It was one of Landon's 18 goals against Mexico.
Yeah,
so
seriously.
He could give that one back if he had to. Worth closing quickly on Martinez. The big switch from Worth. White and McFarland, their battle continues along that far wing.
Worth has been so impressive here. It seems like he's covering, sideline to sideline, box to box. He's everywhere today. You can tell he's got that grit. He's got that tenacity that the coaches love.
And he's played with his age group a bit more attacking as an 8 or 10, and Coach Rhodes talked about pulling him deeper here, and he can have more of an effect on the game higher up, but he's had an effect on the game here at the 6.
100%. And they talk about him, not necessarily one of the bigger guys in his age group, but, they talk about him still, figuring out growing and, the physicality, but I think he's really showed up here today, and he's putting his body on the line every single challenge. Tafoya,
one-on-one with Ortiz. Ortiz wins that tackle. And now Marquez, closed down by a number of blue shirts, will go all the way back to the feet of Idrizi. Opening half of the first ever New York Academy Derby U15 action here from the Red Bull Training Center. David Goss and Connor Lade with you. We got 2 games coming up for you today, along with all the MLS and USL action and everything else that goes on around the world. NWSL kicking off as well, finally in league play. Marquez can't keep that one in. Connor Lade so close to getting that touch.
I just wanted to hop over the table. Put me in, coach. I think I look like I can play with this age group, though.
I wanted to ask you.
I knew what's coming.
This is not a height joke. But one of the big things, we talked about it with Idrizi, multiple players here are actually older than this age group, and because of bio-banding and the way things have changed, you're allowed to move players down so they can play with players that they physically fit alongside. What do you make of that? Because that wasn't something that existed when you were coming through.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely interesting. I think for their development, you know, there's definitely some positives. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, I think they're, you know, the ability to move up and down is going to be beneficial for all these players.
And so a lot of these players in that situation, they'll train with their age group and then be eligible to play games as White takes the long shot. And it'll float through the box. So Kyle Evans in midfield, one of those players. He trains with the U17s, which is his age group, and then he's allowed to play down with the U15s as he continues to develop. And for the Red Bull Academy, they say when you got a player who's that skilled, that smart, you keep them in your system as long as possible. As Marquez, his left-footed cross goes behind. And you never know when a player grows, and also you never know when you don't need to, right?
Right.
You play professional soccer. It doesn't have to happen, but it's good to keep players physically alive and not getting bashed around and hit. And all these teams, we have to say, especially in the fall of 2020, because of COVID and travel restrictions, they're almost all playing exclusively against adults. They were playing in men's leagues games. They were playing up against U19 and U23 sides, college teams, whatever it was, to push these players. So it's not about not pushing them, but it's about giving them an opportunity to survive and learn the game.
Yeah, and I think the important part is they're getting that training at a higher level every single day. And, you know, if you're allowed to practice up and, you know, start to learn more and more about how your system develops, you know, how these coaches coach at a higher level and a higher age, I think that's going to be great for them to see day in and day out. But when it comes to these games, you know, the U17 is going to be a lot different than the U15, and moving up to the U19s and USL, it's going to be very interesting. And, you know, I don't know if they're necessarily ready for that physically. So it's great for them to, you know, experience that in training, but I think it's smart for them to, you know, sometimes dial it back. But obviously there's different situations around the field. Some are more physically ready for the next level, and some may need to, you know, dial it back a little bit.
It was also interesting talking to coaches, and as we led off with, so much of development now is about style and understanding the game and system. It's geared away from everything's about winning. But then you've got moments like this where you need to teach players, but winning is the most important thing at the top level. And so these are these moments a lot of coaches talk about. I plan 2 or 3 tournaments a year to say we are there to win. That's all we're talking about. And that's part of development now, is having those moments where it's about understanding the moment and the IQ and all those things, and others where it's about learning how to waste the clock a little and slow things down and speed things up at the right time.
Yeah, and I think that's a fine line you have to balance, especially with these, you know, MLS sides and, you know, some academy sides that have a lot of movement up and down, particularly with the MLS clubs. And so I feel like, you know, especially with all this roster movement, you want to put together a cohesive group that knows how to win, and you're kind of offering that roster that they're able to. So I think picking out those dates along the, you know, throughout the year, this being one of those particular ones, to develop that winning mentality and know what it takes is so important, and it's something that's really sometimes taken for granted because you want to develop them individually, but you need to do it as a team as well.
This ball goes out wide. Avila has a chance to get the cross in. It floats through the box. White on the other side of it. And the softly hit shot from the top of the box goes into the arms of Yagudeyev. So, Connor, 40-minute half, so we're approaching the end of the first half. Electric start to this game, first 15, 20 minutes. It's slowed down a bit as these teams have settled.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you can't count on 2 hands the amount of tackles that were in the first, 2 minutes, a couple right in front of us, and, you know, a different sound of the type of tackle. It's a New York Derby tackle. But, yeah, I think both teams have had some good chances. I think New York had, you know, probably a couple better ones, but NYCFC, when they have gotten in that final third, they've been so dangerous. So I think it's, they both settled into the half here, figuring each other out a little bit, and I feel like the second half is going to be just as electric.
Ortiz with the long throw in the middle of the field. Evans, blue shirts around him. Back into the feet of Hermano. Flying forward. We've seen the center back already be dangerous, had a shot on goal earlier in the game. Shaw plays it wide for White. And a tackle right on the edge of the box. Could not afford a foul and didn't, as the Red Bulls now win possession back. Ortiz with the turnover. And now Tafoya leading the attack the other way. Early ball for Reyna. Reyna in a foot race. And Aquaboa beats him there. Now the battle on the ground, and the foul will go against Aquaboa. Big free kick coming here for NYCFC.
Yeah, good battle there from Joe Reyna and Aquaboa. Both going at it. It was a great opportunity there from NYCFC. Tafoya tried to pick out Joe Reyna, just carried a little bit too far. Maybe the wind playing a factor, but you can see Joe Reyna putting his body on the line there. Him and Aquaboa really going after it. Aquaboa's got to be careful. I think I called him Aquaboa. He's got to be careful.
That allows him to get 4 yellow cards because he can split them amongst the 2 names.
There you go. I'm going from
Tafoya
to Aquaboa. Yeah. I'm mixing names here.
So it'll be Arias to serve this one in. He's taken all the left-footed service so far for NYCFC. It's been dangerous. Floats it into the box. Ortiz with the diving header to clear it away. Arias trying to get a second bite at it. White puts that ball out off of Arias, so out for a New York Red Bull throw-in.
Yeah, Arias has put in some really good balls here. You can tell that this NYCFC side puts a lot of work into their set pieces, as does New York Red Bulls. And like we said, both coaches put a big emphasis on it, and it could be one of the winning recipes here today.
Lonergan with the ball down the line for these young players. They're just getting into film and talking about what you're focusing on in games. Set pieces is the one really big spot, it feels like, where there is a lot of coaching specific to matchups at this age. The system in general is something they're working on every day and kind of always trying to improve on, but the specific game tweaks, a lot of it is mainly set pieces right now, which is great for these players to learn how to prepare for a big matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So much goes into it, and they'll be able to tell at the next level how much goes into set pieces, but it's great to see that they're kind of training like pros in that aspect.
Marquez floats this over. Berkeley and Avilés were underneath it. White with the follow-up shot. Jeremiah White, one of those players playing up in age group. Coach Rhodes talked about you're uber aggressive at your age group, then you move up and you start to play more conservative, and working with White now on kind of unleashing himself on the game. We've seen it here as Shaw tries to get in the box, and he gets the first goal. Patrick Shaw unleashed for New York Red Bulls, and they get the first goal ever in the New York Academy Derby. And Red Bulls U15 go ahead 1-0 on the stroke of halftime.
And I think if Matt Miazga is watching here, I think that was an ode to Matt Miazga with the baseball swing. Great goal there from Patrick Shaw at the last kick of the first half to put New York up 1-0.
And so the Red Bulls huffed and puffed all first half, and they get the breakthrough, as you said it, at the dying moments. Well, let's take a look at this one.
Fantastic ball in there from...
It was Copeland Berkeley with the assist.
Copeland Berkeley plays a great ball with that, great left foot. They always are looking to get him on the ball because he can play that final pass. And Patrick Shaw does a great job, makes no mistake. Great, strong left-footed shot to the back post and puts New York Red Bulls up really the last kick of the first half.
26 goals for Patrick Shaw this season. Coach Rhodes said they were talking about the little details in the box. You see the body shape. Maybe not the cleanest finish, but they all count as it hits the back of the net, and you know he was prepared because he had the celebration ready to go before he even got there. Connor, for these two coaching staffs, what's the conversation going to be here in halftime? And then we'll take a quick break.
Yeah, I think New York's going to, try to be aggressive, continue to work that press and, be aggressive, top to bottom. You know, I think if they're able to get numbers at NYCFC, they can disrupt their possession. For NYCFC, I think just finding those transition moments, you know, be quick. I think when they take up more touches is when they're getting in trouble. So just being 1-2 touch around the field, they know that they have the players to do so. Just if they can break that first line, commit numbers forward, and that's where they've got their best chances so far today.
It's been a phenomenal first half. Aggression, physicality, talent, and skill. We've seen it all. We've got a big 40 minutes coming up to see who will be the first ever winner of the New York Academy Derby U15 matchup. David Goss and Connor Lade with you. We'll be back in just a moment with all that second half action.
We saw the possibilities, that what's best for the athlete must be better for the planet. So we're making products with recycled materials, products made to be remade, and products made with nature, so all people can see the possibilities to take action and help end plastic waste, so we still have places to play.
The New York Academy Derby, the first time ever NYCFC and New York Red Bulls facing off at the youth level. There'll be a trophy at the end of all of this for the U17 game. We've got the U15 starting us off and a phenomenal first half. David Goss and Connor Lade with you for this one. Field side here in New Jersey. It's been a great game between these two teams. A lot of young talent, a lot of expectation. Let's take a look at the first half highlights. And Connor, I think the first 20 minutes was just us saying, great tackle, great tackle.
Yeah. I think Ortiz has been throwing his body around Worth. I mean, I think you can go up and down the roster, and they've been throwing their bodies around. But New York, did a great job early. I feel like Yagudayev has been really strong in goal despite, going down 1-0. But he's, been up to the task each time he's been challenged. And the offside flag went off on that one. Yagudayev made the big save against Ortiz. And then it was Kyle Evans called offside as it looked like he put it in the back of the net here. Patrick Shaw, who would get his goal later on in the game, would have to wait a little while. NYCFC, they were dangerous in transition. They were uber dangerous on set pieces. Yeah, Tafoy has been really one of their bright spots, getting to that end line, being aggressive. And he's really put in some dangerous balls into the box, as has Baera. Great footwork here to unbalance the defenders and, puts a good shot on it. It just goes right at Idrizi. Bayer playing up a couple age groups. This has been the battle to watch. Reyna versus Aquaboa, the center back for New York Red Bulls. Joe Arena, the center forward for NYCFC. They've been fun to watch. And this man, Nate Worth, has made a lot of things happen in midfield for New York Red Bulls. And this is the opening goal of the New York Academy Derby. Yeah. Berkeley just gets that ball, and, that's the key for this New York side. As soon as the ball turns over, they want to get the goal as quick as possible. He looks up, he finds Patrick Shaw. Patrick Shaw does the rest. And again, the ode to Matt Miazga in the previous New York Derby just a couple years ago there, I think. I don't even know how old Patrick Shaw was there,
I was going to say,
remembers.
Where did he find that old YouTube footage to find out about that? Matt Miazga, of course, a New York Red Bull Academy graduate himself. New York Academy Derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor, out on the field, ready to kick off our second half of action. NYCFC going right to left on your monitors in their classic blue strip, and New York Red Bulls in their black kits with the red piping going left to right for this one. 40-minute halves, so that gives NYCFC 40 minutes to get back into this one and try and make a difference. It was a physical, intense first half, and we are kicked off and ready to go here as NYCFC gets us started. Arias immediately trying to get into the attack. Martinez, a quiet game for him at that number 10 position. He's been a little bit bypassed for NYCFC. Yeah, I think they're going to look to get him in the game, and I think a lot of that has been Nate Worth, Kyle Evans in there. They've been so active, and they've really honed in on him and tried to deny service. They've been really controlling that midfield, which has been hard for NYCFC to get anything going. And if they're going to look to get some good opportunities in the second half, they really have to find ways to get Martinez on the ball. So no changes for either of these teams coming out of halftime. 5 changes available to these coaching staffs, but only in 2 stoppages because they have not used the halftime as one of them. So we'll monitor subs going forward. Both these teams we mentioned in the first half, players coming from different age groups together, and not a ton of depth in these sides because these 2 academies don't want to waste players, and so there isn't a ton of depth as everyone's really getting game time consistently. If it's not at the level you age to, you're playing up or playing down as well as that potential. So we expect to see a lot of these players go the full 80 minutes. Yeah, which is great for them. I feel like at this age, you need games. And, it's one thing to offer them opportunities to go up and down, and you've seen a lot of these younger players on the bench for USL games and, maybe with the U19s, U17s for these players. But I think for them to actually develop, you need these games, and you need games, big games like this, New York Derby. A lot of excitement for these 2 sides. We saw Omir Fernandez, Red Bull Academy graduate, make a video for this U15 side to wish them luck for this game. Jeremiah White now comes forward, aggressive in the first half, and he floats that shot over early. Yeah, Jeremiah White there. I think he can continue to drive with that ball, and that's got to be a worldie to beat Yagudayev there. But I think it's,
good aggression from Jeremiah White. I think the next step, just realize the situation. He had some numbers there, and just you can keep going, keep driving.
I don't know. You're on the broadcast, national TV. You don't score if you don't shoot.
I mean, hey, listen, if that goes in, it's a totally different story here.
Exactly. That's the grand slam if you can hit that one. Marquez has been a massive threat all first half from this left wing back spot. His service has really impressed you.
Yeah, I mean, Marquez, he's picked it up all over the field, whether that's deep, he looks up, and that's key to the system for outside backs. If you can provide that first ball forward, when, like I said earlier, when they turn the ball over, they want to get the goal as quick as possible, and when you got a left foot like that, he's been so dangerous, and he can really put it on a dime to these forwards. So whenever he gets on the ball, you can tell Aviles and Shaw, they're really just taking off, going to goal as soon as possible.
Yagudeyev now punting into the wind. Aquaboa with the mistake. Reyna trying to get back on top of it, and Jed Aquaboa recovers himself.
Good recovery there from Aquaboa after the mistake. I think Tafoya and Joe Reyna, I think, just couldn't quite get that attack going there. It was a good opportunity, but Aquaboa is up to the task and recovers well.
McFarland losing the ball out of his grasp there on the throw-in. Now he'll get a second shot at it.
Yeah, they wet the field at halftime. I think you could tell there.
Because we wouldn't want to do anything to slow this game down. It's been played at such a tempo and intensity so far. Big switch of the field from Evans into the path of Marquez. Marquez couldn't find the feet of Berkeley. Attempt to restart the attack. La Vista there. The turnover, then Martinez looking for the dangerous through ball to Reyna. Intercepted by Aquaboa. And a foul will go against Kevin DaCosta here for NYCFC.
Yeah, good strong again by Aviles. DaCosta gets caught there, grabbed the jersey, and it's a good outlet. But you can tell Martinez, when he gets on that ball, he's always looking for Joe Reyna. A great little no-look pass there. Just couldn't beat the defense, but you can tell when he gets on the ball, it's good connection between the two. He's always looking to get behind the defense.
Yeah, Reyna was off and running before he even looked up to check if it was coming, and Aquaboa had to be big there at the center of those three center backs. And ball down the line, Marquez with the cross. Alive in the box now. Shaw, the goal scorer, heads it down. Soft claims for handball, but not too much in there. And now Tafoya trying to release the pressure for his team. Goes back to the feet of McFarland. All the way back to Yagudeyev. Beautiful ball up the line from Yagudeyev. Armano beating him to that ball. And Evans draws the foul. Kyle Evans looking for an option to play to. One of those two starting central midfielders for this New York Red Bull side. As we talked about, trains day in and day out with the U17s playing here in this big game with the U15s.
Yeah, you can tell when he got on that free kick, he's looking up and didn't quite like what he saw. Red Bull wants to keep this up tempo, and that's exactly what he was looking for. And I think especially against NYCFC, who likes to slow the game down at times and go at the right moments. I feel like this is big for New York to, if they want to stay on the upper foot, just keep that up tempo going.
New York Red Bulls are called for the offside. How tough is it to play in a game if you're not training with those exact players every single day?
Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, you just fall back on your identity, when what you've been taught,
right,
to get the tactics. And the tough part is it's different at every level. So what the U19s are being taught, it's different than the U17s. The tactics are generally the same. You just have to kind of water those down a little bit for some of the younger players, right, who maybe, it's a little bit tactically different. But, you just have to go back to what you're taught, fall back on that. And really for this group, Jonathan Rhodes talks about, when you get away from that all-out press is when maybe you can have some cracks in the system. And it's still, they're still young. They're still learning about a lower block and how to press out of that. So you can expect that they're going to be aggressive all day here.
And that's what we've seen, as Martinez now dealing with a little bit of that aggression.
That's something we, even at the pro level, you struggle with. When you've been taught something for a long time and it's worked, when you alter that a little bit, there is a little bit of a gray area which can hurt you at times. And, you know, it's definitely, we've seen with the MLS side New York Red Bulls, you know, playing within that. You know, when you do lay off that press, you have to be super, super aware of the little things that, you know, where you can press. And if you don't do that, you know, that's where teams can hurt you.
We've seen for New York Red Bulls, of course, as we've said, some of the academy players playing in USL, some of the MLS players coming down to play in USL as well. There's a lot of movement amongst this club as well as for NYCFC as this one's floated and flicked on by Martinez and into the arms of Idrizi. Throws it up to White. One of the big parts, one of the conversations both these academies have had with us, and we'll talk about in our U17 game. We've got Sean McCafferty, who will join us for a little bit, who is the head of the New York Red Bulls Academy, and Sam Pugsley, who's coming in from NYCFC. They've talked about professionalizing the academies, and that's a big part of what they want to do. And you can tell for these players, the way they prepare already, the things they understand about the whole, everything around the game, not just what's played on the field as Berkeley gets into the box here. Back to the feet of Shaw. Rolled back and a big save from Yagudeyev. Flicked over now and cleared away by Lonergan. And a high boot there, right on the edge of the box. This is a big moment, a big call coming. So a yellow card coming out as you take a look at this dangerous shot on the replay.
Great play by Copeland there to hold it up. Shaw lays it back for Aviles, and just great stop there from Yagudeyev. Marquez keeps that ball alive, and they get a second opportunity, and yeah, I think that's...
And it will be a penalty kick. It will not, as it'll be a free kick on the edge of the box. Some confusion as now our assistant referee and our head referee are trying to talk this through. The question is where the foul was committed. It was a high boot. The yellow card's already been shown. And not surprisingly, the New York Red Bull strikers think it's a penalty. And it feels like the referees don't agree.
Yeah, it looked so close there to be on the edge of the box. And I guess where Nate Worth fell into the box, you know, he's pretty significantly in there. But the referees feel confident that it was outside the box. And Red Bull has a great opportunity here in a very, very dangerous spot.
So it'll be Worth's right foot and Marquez's cultured left foot standing over this one. If it was on the opposite side, you'd have to think it was a shot from Marquez. Now the question is whether Worth will take it or one of these two players will serve it in. New York Red Bulls already leading 1-0. Patrick Shaw's goal, the final kick of the first half to set the tone coming into the second half. Can the home side double their lead? Worth's shot just over the crossbar.
Great opportunity there. Great ball by Nate Worth. Good attempt. You know, this is something that this Jonathan Rhodes talked about, that he practices set pieces so often, and during COVID especially, you know, he practiced 1 to 2 hours a day with set pieces, and there's not many that he doesn't take on the field, and you know, sending them videos and, you know, constantly just working on his craft, and you can tell there it was a great opportunity.
Gorgeous turn there from Worth. It's knocked down from behind, no call made, and now Reyna trying to restart the attack. Martinez up the field to the feet of Arias, and he had Reyna making a run through, and the interception from Hermano was massive for the home team.
Yeah, Germano with a massive, massive interception there. Joe Reyna was streaking. I think they just got a little bit too cute with that pass. They just needed to slide him in there, and he was in on goal. You could tell Reyna's frustrated.
So our first substitution of the game coming here. It'll be Yahir Tafoya coming off for this NYCFC side. So these coaching staffs finally going to the bench. And coming on in place of him is number 39, Langston Jasper Wennerland. So Tafoya we saw on both wings. Connor, maybe not as involved offensively as he'd like, but did some good work defensively.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, you know, provided in the first half, offered some good chances, got to the end line a couple times, but you could tell he was super active, and it's going to be a big to see how Jasper Wennerland does here and try to fill that role.
So free kick coming here for NYCFC. As I said, 5 subs allowed, but only 2 stoppages. So Wennerland coming on by himself. It means only one other stoppage that Hugo Guzman can use for his NYCFC side. The Queens College graduate. And he's looking to change the tempo, change the pace here of this game in favor of his team. Come out a little slow here in the second half. Ball served in. White heads it up, but in the box. And Idrizi had to come out and make the play on that one. The Kosovoan Youth International. He immediately throws it out into the path of Shaw.
We're good.
Up the line for Aviles. One-on-one with Baera, and Baera recovers and puts it out.
Yeah, great play there to come across from Baera. Aviles is so good, and great play by Idrizi to spring Shaw. Shaw, as soon as he saw him get that, he just goes sprinting, and him and Aviles are on the run, and Baera just does such a good job to come all the way over from right back to cover.
White throws it back in, restart it. Berkeley into the path of White, his floated ball to the far post. Yagudeyev able to take that one cleanly. Ortiz steps forward immediately as New York Red Bulls puts the press back on.
Great step there from Ortiz. It's so important with that three-back system that those two outside guys are aggressive.
Evans clips this ball back in. Shaw brings it down, and his second of the game. And the offside flag goes up. It was a highlight reel goal from Patrick Shaw to put him on a brace, and the dreaded flag then rises.
Excited to see another Patrick Shaw celebration there, see what else he had up his sleeve. But yeah, that goal really started with Ortiz, sustaining that attack and with a good step and good combination there from Aviles to Shaw. But unfortunate, they were offsides and can't make it 2-0.
And you saw though the play from Kyle Evans in midfield to help create that, clips the ball in, and the connection between Aviles and Shaw is strong.
Yeah, definitely very strong, and I think they've got a good way of, Aviles being that guy who comes under, but also Shaw has played provider as well at times through the half. So I think they find the balance very well of who's coming under, who's running off, and making sure that one is doing that job each time.
Yeah, it was interesting coming in this game. We were told Shaw is the one who likes to come underneath and play as a 10, but hasn't been the case much so far in this game as Worth blasts this one long to the top of the box. It's flicked on and it'll roll out. I believe it's for a corner kick. So opportunity for Marquez to take this one. The only set piece that Worth won't take is the corner kicks from this right side, as Marquez can use his left foot to serve it in. Marquez with the service to the far post, headed down at the far post and right into the hands of Yagudeyev. Immediately NYCFC looking to go the other way. Punted out into the path of Arias. Evans is first to the ball. And Idrizi blasts it long into safety.
Yeah, you can tell New York's looking to up the tempo here, try to catch the Red Bulls in transition here. So I think you can expect more of that as this half goes on.
For a Jersey guy, you just like to say New York a lot.
I mean,
you admire us, New Yorkers. You're just always jealous.
Don't start.
Berkeley into the feet of Aviles. Huge tackle from Lonergan, closing down that attack. Arias and Aquaboa going to battle there. Ortiz steps forward for his side, and now Lonergan. Big clearance right up the middle. NYCFC having trouble putting their foot on the ball right now. Waves of attack coming from the home side. Romano handles the press calmly there. Now Evans in a pocket of space to charge forward. Good work up the middle for New York. Shaw trying to get around McFarland. He does. McFarland goes to the back of Shaw. And it'll be a goal kick coming here for NYCFC.
Interesting there. Looks like Shaw did enough to win that free kick there, but the referees disagreed. But great combination play there from New York. I think there's times that, most times they look to get the goal quickly, but when you can settle it down and try to exploit the space, it was a great job by Hermano, Kyle Evans there to really control the pace of play, and when it is time to go, they win.
So now holding just a moment off that goal kick. So NYCFC will retake the goal kick as they were taking a moment. So it looks like Gino La Vista's afternoon is done for this NYCFC side. The other half of that change in just a moment. I believe it's Thomas O'Rourke who came on in place of La Vista. A quiet game for La Vista in that central midfield spot. See much more of Pollard and Martinez alongside him, but it's also the nature of the game for NYCFC is they're choosing to bypass midfield to bypass that press.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking to get Joe Arena and Martinez into this game, and I think it's, sometimes those sixes are bypassed, but I think it's also, credit to New York that, the times that they have looked to them, that they've put that pressure on them, because, if they are able to build through those guys, they're able to pick out the guys in front of them. So if you don't get it right stepping to those guys, they could really hurt you.
So I believe that's all the subs available to NYCFC. I've been proven wrong before many times in my life. Wouldn't be shocked if today was another one. Ball clipped over the top. Marquez with the header to the path of Aviles. The battle between him and DaCosta has been fun to watch. DaCosta, phenomenal prospect at that right center back position.
Yeah, they've been going at it all day. I think that battle, the Aquaboa Reina battle, on both ends, they've been very, very entertaining.
And part of that this level, right, is you still have a nature of that shortstop where best player plays center forward at times, best player plays center back. Now, that's changing with the professionalism of the academy, which I think is one of the most exciting parts about the change in youth development. And I remember Heath Pierce used to do some of the broadcasts with us, and he said, I got to Europe, and I was playing left back against a guy who'd played left back for 22 years of his life.
Yeah.
And so to get there earlier is really exciting for the development of players.
Absolutely, yeah. You want to settle these guys into a position that you think will translate to the next level. I think that's so important, but also, trying different things is, at this level is so important because you never know, what their body's going to do. So they may mature into a different player, but exposing them to different positions is so crucial in their development.
And how the game's going to change, right? And how quickly formations and attributes have shifted as White now coming down this right wing. Good footwork from him, lays it back for Worth. Worth shot in the top corner. Nate Worth. He's played like man of the match all day, and he might have just sealed it for himself and his team with one of the goals of the year.
Nate Worth. Wow, take a bow. What an absolute finish there from the young man. White does so well to be aggressive here. Does so well to take on McFarland. Just cuts the ball back, and he knows Nate Worth is going to be there, and he just bends it into the upper 90. What a goal for the young man. What a moment.
It's exactly how he saw it in his mind. It very rarely plays out that way. And Nate Worth has dominated this game. He's led the press. He's taken set pieces. He's been an emotional leader for New York Red Bulls. And now he gets himself on the scoreboard. After Patrick Shaw's first half opener, he doubles the lead for New York Red Bulls in the first ever New York Academy Derby here at the U15 level.
Yeah, he's really done it all today. I think it's a great reward for him. I think he's been dangerous in the set pieces.
A chance to break through now for NYCFC. Can they answer? And Reyna's cut back. Doesn't find a teammate, and now Aviles immediately trying to start the attack the other way. Doesn't have numbers with him, but continues to push through. And the ball squirts out to Berkeley, trying to switch it for Shaw. And Yagudeyev reads that one.
Yeah, Berkeley just couldn't find Shaw, but he was in acres of space. New York could have found another golden opportunity there if he could have found him. But, yeah, Aviles being aggressive. And, it's not looking like Red Bull's taking their foot off the pedal here.
So 40-minute halves means an 80-minute game. So 20 minutes left to play. So feels like the 60th minute, but it's really the 70th if you think about it and how much work NYCFC still has to get back into this one. We've got a U17 matchup coming up directly after this one, kicking off a little after 4 o'clock. Big trophy sitting alongside us that one of these two clubs is going to take home for the first time ever. And we are so appreciative of Adidas and Body Armor for putting this event on. And it's so huge in a time where these clubs normally, they want to play international competition. They want to play in big games. They want to play against age groups above them. Not a lot of that's been available, and both these academies said this is a huge game for these players' development to be able to have this big moment, to deal with the pressure, to play at a high level. And Adidas and Body Armor helping step up and get this done, and it's been so awesome so far.
Yeah, it's been really incredible, and it's, can't think of a bigger game that they've had in probably 2 years.
Yeah.
This has been probably the first opportunity for them to get, some real experience in, a high-level game between these two, historic clubs. And, you look over at that table and, shiny trophy there. You got some shiny body armor.
Gold body armor.
I mean,
that's what everyone wants.
I mean, there's a lot of bling over here.
I don't know what flavor gold is, but it probably tastes pretty good if you've won a championship.
Tastes like winning.
Nate Worth has helped his side so far. Sitting on a gold. It's Goldberry. As Rich Kaufman does that extra level of work as the head producer. Hermano trying to clip that one in. Does that mean we can drink this one? Does that mean we're champions?
I don't know, but, I mean, it must come from Jersey because that's, the Garden State Goldberry. That's, everything that grows out of here is gold. And
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
It's gold. Golden berries here in Jersey.
Right now, it feels like New York might be red to start this day off. New Jersey can be whatever color it wants. As the New York Red Bulls U15s, a phenomenal start to this game. They were the aggressor a lot of the first half. NYCFC was dangerous in the chances they created. Dangerous from set pieces, a few moments in transition. Patrick Shaw, the final kick of the first half, gets the goal off the assist from Copeland Berkeley, who maybe was quiet at times, but you saw that pure quality in his through ball for Shaw's first goal.
Yeah, absolutely. The plays sometimes bypassed him as they looked to gone a little bit more direct, but when he has had the opportunity, he's been so dangerous.
In the second half, New York Red Bulls came out flying from the gates, pushing the press, creating opportunities. NYCFC, a couple substitutions to sort of try and change the pace of play, but not enough. And Nate Worth with one of the goals of the year. I look forward to being on his college resume reel as well with that call, as he hit as good a goal as you will see. First time shot right in the postage mark in the top left corner of the goal to make it 2-0, and that's where we stand right now with the final 15 minutes approaching. White immediately into the attack. Shaw's in an onside position. And a huge tackle coming in from DaCosta.
Yeah, DaCosta came out of nowhere there. Shaw just looked like he could look up and have a golden opportunity, but DaCosta just comes in with an incredible tackle to save the day.
Wennerlin now off the bench, flying forward. Aquaboa makes the big tackle. Jed Aquaboa has been as advertised in the middle of that back three for New York Red Bulls, as Jeremiah White's now down holding his left calf. The trainer will come on to deal with him. We've talked about Nate Worth a lot. Aquaboa has been very good. Who else has stood out to you so far in this game?
Yeah, I think the combination between Kyle Evans as well, he's been really good, and I think, it's easy to say Nate Worth has, been the star in the midfield, but I think the pairing of those two have been very, very strong and have held NYCFC at bay. And I think the combination up top as well, Aviles and Shaw, have been so dangerous. But I think at the end of the day, this back three has been, really limited a lot of chances. And even when NYCFC has been dangerous, they've thwarted that attack. And so, you could go around the field and say, each guy has done great things, but I think at the end of the day, you'd say that Nate Worth has been, the one that he's done it all.
We have to point out Ethan Ortiz alongside that back line at left center back, naturally right-footed. And Coach Rhodes said he's such a good player. He's such a smart player, technical player, that we've kind of had to push him to the left center back because he can do it. And he said it a bit unfair for him. Maybe he hasn't looked like the best player, not as natural for him. The press comes in on him. He's more natural going into his right foot. But you've seen the quality from him, stepping forward into the attack, the counter press very quickly. He's been good, and he's been a key part of this defense so far that's sitting on a shutout as Jeremiah White gets pulled off the field. So we'll expect to see our first sub from New York Red Bulls coming up here in just a moment.
Yeah, Ethan Ortiz has been so aggressive. I feel like everything that's in his area, he's flying in. I think in a back three, you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive and dial up that aggression, being able to get into some more challenges without the consequences of maybe the lack of help behind you. But in that back three, he's been very, very good. And to have someone as a silky left foot as Marquez next to you, you know, you may not get exposed maybe if you don't have as strong as a left foot, and he's been very, very strong here today.
So it's Nicholas to come on here for this New York Red Bull side. And he will take Jeremiah White's spot. He had the assist on Nate Worth's goal, but I think top to bottom, a strong performance from Jeremiah White.
Yeah, Jeremiah White got it done on both ends. He, you know, was very aggressive in the 1v1 battles. He was, you know, extremely strong going forward. And, you know, to get the assist on that goal was very, very important for this New York side to get the 2-0 result here. And I think if that stands, he's going to be one of the players at the end of the day that really put them over the top.
So you'll see throw in here for Nicholas Sanchez, the substitute coming on for this New York Red Bull side. Jeremiah White leaving with an assist and a strong performance for him.
Yeah, very strong. Hope the best for the young man. And I guess he's coming in front of us, and, you know, not sure if it's fatigue a little bit with some cramping. I think, you know, for these players, you can't replicate these games. And, you know, to be inside of it after, you know, not getting something in the same, you know, a lot of emotion builds in this day, which can fatigue your body as well for these young players. And, you know, you just hope for the best.
And for New York Red Bulls, the U17 players gathering along the sideline, getting ready. They will face off against this NYCFC U17 side. It is going to be a phenomenal matchup. Cooper Flax, who's already played some time in preseason with NYCFC first team, will hold it down in central midfield. We've got Curtis Afori, the youngest signing in New York Red Bull 2 history, who will be in this team. Austin Brummett as well. It sounds like who got about 20 minutes of USL action last night will come in for New York Red Bulls U17. So stick to our YouTube page for that one. It'll kick off a little bit after 4 o'clock. It looks like second sub coming on, and it'll be Henry Weston for this New York Red Bull 2 side. Weston, a high prospect, sometimes playing at left back, sometimes alongside the left wing or at the forward position. And a player that Jonathan Rhodes is very excited about as Marquez comes flying forward. That tackle slid away by Baera, who has quietly been one of the best players in this game.
Yeah, I really like Baera's game. You know, he's been very active up and down, and really in the crucial moments as an outside back, he stood up to the test. And really, if, you know, without that performance, you know, there could be a different story here with a couple more goals. But yeah, Marquez just takes a little bit too big of a touch there, you know. But Baera, you know, great instinct there to, you know, put it out for a corner.
So I think it was Avilés that Weston came on for, as Worth prepares to put in another set piece. Floats this one to the top of the 6. Yagudeyev with a big punch in a traffic of bodies, and now Sanchez floats it into the far post, and Yagudeyev takes it. And I think really good performance for Lenny Avilés up top alongside Shaw. Didn't get the goal himself, but was a huge factor, especially in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely huge factor. He created so much room for this attack, you know, held up the ball, really did, you know, a ton in the counter pressing as well. So great performance there from Avilés, and, you know, a performance he can hang his hat on. I'd be super happy about in this, you know, inaugural New York derby that's been televised.
Internetified.
Internetified,
Yeah,
I like that.
we don't have a term yet, which is shocking considering it's been about 20 years where the whole world lives on the internet, especially now in 2020 and 2021. If you are on the internet, you can go to Bleacher Report's Twitter, Instagram page. We're doing a special Academy series about the New York Red Bulls Academy right now. So we've got more subs coming up. As I said, I've been proven wrong before, and I am once again. So it looks like Christian McFarland's afternoon is done, as is Joe Arena's. Arena, a threat up top. McFarland as well, a strong performance for both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, two very important players this NYCFC side, and I'm sure, you know, with the two going down 2-0, they're going to be frustrated, and I think they did have some chances here to get some better opportunities. Maybe things not clicking in the final third, and I think New York, you know, did a pretty good job of containing them today. But, you know, future is definitely bright for these two young players.
Evans trying to play out of pressure. So it looks like Brendan Reed-Tansey will be a like-for-like sub up top in place of Reyna. As Hermano here under pressure gets it up to the feet of Berkeley. Weston now trying to get up to the pace of play off the bench. Eric Friedlander on Twitter, who is a legend covering New York Red Bulls Academy stuff as well as USL and everything else, he said the term is streamed, which I don't understand how we're sitting on a stream and we couldn't think of that. So appreciate you, Eric, for that and many of the things that you do.
What was your term?
Interneted. Yeah, interneted.
Yeah, that's just good broadcasting there.
Listen, everyone's got a howler once a game. You just hope the other team doesn't score off it, right?
Love it.
You're just hoping Gonzalo Higuain's on the other side who's ready to miss by an inch. Not a knock at Inter Miami. That was an Argentina knock. Alexander Pichardo was the other substitute, so it looks like he's going to go in at right back, and Andrew Baera is going to slot over to left back. Two more substitutions for NYCFC. Set piece coming here. They've got about 7 minutes to try and scrap back from 2 goals if they were able to. This game would end in a tie. Our second game will go to penalty kicks, so no ties there as someone needs to lift that trophy and drink the gold berry. And Arias can't keep that one alive for his team, and it'll be a goal kick coming for New York Red Bulls.
I'm interested to see your take on the gold berry flavor soon.
New York Red Bulls looking to convert the ball back over. So New York Red Bulls, NYCFC getting us started here at the U15 level. U17 match coming up. Yagudeyev blasts this one long. He's had a good game. Giving up 2 goals is going to sting. He's going to be frustrated if the result stands, but he should be pretty proud of the performance he's put on.
Yeah, he's really commanded his box. You know, a lot of dangerous set pieces from New York, and he's really been up to the task on all of them. I think, you know, apart from Shaw's goal, which, you know, got a piece of,
yeah,
and worst goal, really, no, I don't think any keeper is going to do much on a shot like that. But outside of that, he's been very, very strong here today. He's looked the part as a, you know, a top prospect in this NYCFC system.
Berkeley pushes it wide here for Marquez. Marquez, a quieter second half, as a lot more of the attack went down the right side, and of course Jeremiah White with the assist. Hermano just able to get a toe on that one. Out wide for Sanchez here, the substitute. He's been active since coming on. Into the feet of Berkeley. Out wide here for Marquez to serve it in, and Marquez's cross is deflected right over the bar.
Wow, another incredible tackle from DaCosta. Just great streaking run there from Sanchez. Plays it to Copeland. Copeland gets it wide. Marquez just tries to, I think he was guiding that to the back post. It looks like he had Sanchez there, and DaCosta just another incredible tackle, and another person, you know, another player who's had a really standout performance here today for NYCFC.
So Marquez now will use his left foot to serve it. He'll go short to Worth. Worth floats it in first time. Yagudeyev gets a punch to it, still alive in the box. And Aquaboa's header goes just an inch wide of that far post.
Yeah, I think as a defender, I mean, having a keeper who's, you know, not only aggressive but confident and has great timing is so beneficial, and gives you confidence that, you know, if he calls for it, he's going to get it. And so I think he's really done great on these set pieces here today.
You got to love also, of course, this is something the coaching staff's talking about, but Marquez is as good a left foot as we've seen. Still willing to go short off the corner, not forcing it in, and gives Worth the opportunity to create a dangerous moment.
Yeah, definitely showing that maturity. You know, it's easy to just lump one in the box, but when the opportunity presents itself, he does so well there.
Shaw, right now, our winning goal scorer. He's able to win a throw-in for his side. Final 5 or so minutes of this game. David Goss and Connor Lade with you. We've got another substitution coming for New York Red Bulls. And it'll be Andre Freshy to come on, central midfielder, coming on for Copeland Berkeley. A bit more of a defensive addition, and he'll get a couple minutes here for Coach Rhodes. Freshie coming back from an injury, so not available for the full complement of minutes, but one of the players who is pushing into this starting lineup and one of the big prospects in this New York Red Bull Academy.
Yeah, absolutely a player that they're very high on, and I think, you know, credit to Copeland Berkeley for, you know, a great assist in the first half, and, you know, when he's been called upon here today, he you know, brought a calmness, you know, great precision in his passing here today, and another standout performance.
Keep coming, my man. I got you. Keep coming.
The New York Red Bulls sitting on a 2-0 lead. A historic day for these young men, future pros, many of them, for New York Red Bulls. They have gotten the New York Academy Derby started. Right now, no schedule yet, but the hope is a return leg at some point, hosted by NYCFC, and we hope this is a yearly tradition, if not more, for these sides. Of course, in the USDA, they were matched up fairly often. Now with the brand new MLS's next competition, which kind of forced into existence during COVID. Some tweaks still coming, maybe one being the two teams located as close as possible can be in the same division. And for this NYCFC side, they are in the Northeast Division along with the New England Revolution. And then New York Red Bulls in the Mid-Atlantic along with Philadelphia Union, DC United, and then a number of the great clubs that are around this region. But that means they don't get to play each other. And these academies got together and have done a good job to set us up with this matchup, as well as Body Armor and Adidas to sponsor it, put it on, get us some Goldberry body armor, as well as a nice trophy.
Yeah, I mean, what a day.
This is how the FA Cup started, you know?
I mean,
Someone pays for a trophy, and then it means a lot to everyone.
it's incredible, and there's a lot on the line here
Yeah.
in this next game. I'm really excited for it, but we still got a little bit more action here.
And these clubs are very excited for what this means. And as we said early on, learning how to deal with these big moments, deal with the intensity of a game like this is what's huge. And you could say both these teams have stepped up. I think you saw first half very even, a second half where New York Red Bull started to rise as the halves played out.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, both teams, you know, wanted to set that tempo, wanted to get that upper hand in the early going. Then it was pretty even. You know, as the game has gone on, New York's just looked a little bit more comfortable and has done more with their chances. And, you know, these transition moments have been key for them. And, you know, I think, you know, both goals come off, you know, things that make Red Bull, you know, they pride themselves on, you know, transition play as, you know, the second goal, you know, with some amazing quality. But, you know, the first goal, you know, turning the ball over quickly and getting the goal, and they did exactly that. And I think they can be proud of those two goals.
So we enter stoppage time of this first game. NYCFC chasing, trying to make something happen. It's Tanzi now playing up top in place of Joe Arena. Evans pushes it wide to the feet of Ortiz. Down to the path of Marquez, one of the big performers for this team. Weston with the turn. Early ball on the ground, can't find a teammate. And you can hear Idrisi talking his team through it. You can hear that soccer IQ, that intelligence, why he's so highly thought of in this New York Red Bull Academy.
Yeah, they speak so much to his tactical understanding, and, you know, upstairs he's you know, that what makes him the player that he is, and you can hear how much this game means to him in the dying minutes when you could really, you know, sometimes put it on cruise control. He's organizing in front of him, and you can tell that's what makes him such a special product.
Sanchez and Baera in a foot race. Sanchez is able to get there first. And the shoulder a little bit too much from him. And a free kick now in favor of NYCFC. Connor Lade-like ability to receive fouls and earn them for his team. Sorry, I meant the physicality from Nicolas Sanchez.
Love it.
Pollard under pressure, turns cleanly to the feet of DaCosta. And who else but Nate Worth right there to shut down the attack and win the ball back for his team. Nate Worth playing up an age group in this one. Has not looked like it.
Not even a little bit.
As that's our final whistle. He has done a ton of the work to get his team over the line for a historic win. New York Red Bulls winning the first ever New York Academy Derby here at the Red Bull training facility in New Jersey. The opening goal on the stroke of first half whistle by Patrick Shaw after 26 goals in league play this year. And then Nate Worth with the second one. And Connor, this is exactly what we thought we'd see. Two systems, two identities with a ton of talent at two different clubs clashing, and it was high intensity. It was a phenomenal game.
Yeah, it really was an incredible game, and I think two identities going head-to-head in the center of the ring, like they say, you know, really trying to see who could prevail at the end of the day, and Red Bull, you know, seemed like they were at their best, what makes them good, and, you know, they're rewarded with a 2-0 win in their New York Derby. And, you know, I think NYCFC, you know, a lot of good performances around the field as well, so that's, you know, not to get too down, and I'm sure we'll be seeing these two teams go at it not too far in the future.
And it's only halftime here for this rivalry. We've got a U17 matchup coming up for the trophy, 90 minutes of action. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the match highlights from what we just saw. And Connor, a great first 15 minutes in this game as these two teams went toe-to-toe and created opportunities. The wind played a factor, but Yagudeyev was huge in goal for NYCFC.
Yeah, he really kept them in the early goings of this first half with this great stop here. And Connor Shaw just a little bit offsides to get this goal, but Yagudeyev, it was really the star for this NYCFC in the early going. You know, a huge stop there on Ortiz. And, you know, it looked just so strong, so confident in the early goings.
Avilés running the front line alongside Patrick Shaw was a threat all first half. We saw the midfield start to grow, the play between Worth and Evans, and then Copeland Berkeley steps up with this through ball and Shaw with the finish.
Yeah, incredible vision there from Berkeley to look up, you know that Shaw is just on the back shoulder of Baera and just plays an incredibly threaded ball through, and Shaw does the rest, puts it in the back of the net, knows exactly what he's going to do, and it's a baseball swing. And I think that ball is flying straight back to New York, and he's going to be excited about looking back on that one.
In the second half, Jeremiah White, this was moments into the second half, and it was kind of alluding to the pressure that would come down that right wing for New York, and they were able to create a number of opportunities. Avilés thought he had the second goal there. This NYCFC backline did just enough to stay alive, and then Jeremiah White helps create the opening.
Yeah, Jeremiah White, so aggressive in his 1v1, realizes he's got number opportunity at the top of the box with who else but Nate Worth. You know, nice little scissor, realizes it's not the opportunity he wants, lays it off to Nate Worth, and look at that shot from the young man, puts it in the upper 90, and has a professional-looking knee slide at the end of it, and you could see how excited these guys are, you know, just so thrilled to go up 2-0 in the Academy Derby, and what a moment for the young man.
So I don't have a personalized body armor or a trophy for this, but first ever man of the match of the New York Academy Cup. I think it's got to be Nate Worth, right?
Has to go to Nate Worth. He was so active, you know, start to finish, laying in huge tackles, setting the tone for this Red Bull side. And, you know, when you score a goal like that, it's going to be hard to say anyone else.
So the New York Academy Derby, presented by Adidas and Body Armor, has kicked off for the first time ever here in 2021. And New York Red Bulls U15 is getting the 2-0 win to get us started. But we've got more action coming, and it's going to get bigger and it's going to get better. U17 action just around the corner here on the Red Bull YouTube channel. We're going to kick off in about 30 minutes for that one. So come on back to see the future stars do it once again. For Connor Lade, I'm David Goss. Thanks so much for watching.
We saw the possibilities, that what's best for the athlete must be better for the planet. So we're making products with recycled materials, products made to be remade, and products made with nature, so all people can see the possibilities to take action and help end plastic waste, so we still have places to play.
Welcome, everybody, to the New York Academy Derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor from the Red Bull training facility in New Jersey. New York Red Bulls versus NYCFC, two synonymous names in the world of soccer, and a rivalry that means so much, being played out at the U17 level for the first time ever. And you see the trophy on the table, what it all means. David Goss and Connor Lade with you here on YouTube. Thanks so much for joining us, Connor. This is a huge game. These teams are so excited, but we got a little bit of a taste of it already with the U15 matchup just a few moments ago.
Yeah, the U15s was a great matchup. You know, the Red Bulls got the upper hand. Half of today, New York is red. I think all these teams, all these players were watching the first game. They know what the passion that goes into it, the energy, and most importantly, setting the tone from the beginning, because the Red Bulls really did that, and they were able to get on top of NYCFC the rest of the day. So I think it's important for these players to know what goes into it, and there's a lot to play for.
After these 90 minutes, one of these teams will lift a trophy, and as you said, already a little bit of red. Who can finish out the day on a high for this NYCFC team coming in under Jose Jimenez? Quinn Clausen will be between the pipes, the UNC commit. A back four of Diego Rossi, Oliver Stafford, Alex Hochschild, and Dren de Bruma. A midfield three of Tyler Mork, Mark Camaraka, and then Cooper Flax, the big name at number 6, who's already spent some time with the MLS side. A front three in the attack of Gianluca Armagino, Mateo Ponce Ocampo, and Carlo Brown. Multiple players who have played already with the MLS side, especially in preseason for this NYCFC team. On the flip side for New York, Kieran Dalton gets the starting goal. A back four of Jamie Lucas, Max Andrews, JC Cortez, and the youngest signing in New York Red Bull 2 USL history, Curtis Ofori, getting the start at left back. In midfield, Malik Khan on trial, getting the start in defensive midfield, and attacking three of Nico Benita, Kevin Merce, and Ezra Widman in the attack. And then the up top, the big two, is Eli Conway and Austin Brummett, one of the biggest prospects in the New York Red Bulls Academy.
Yeah, exciting lineups for both sides here. A lot of young talent and a lot of young players who have gotten big opportunities with the MLS side, the USL side of their respective clubs, and it's only going to prove for a great brand of soccer here today. Two teams that know exactly what their game plan is, and just like in the first game, who can be at their best and prove why they are the best team in the area.
And we talked about this going into the first game. The reason that this game has been put on, these teams struggling to get high competition games, high energy moments, they want the pressure on these teams. They want to see, how do these young stars deal with it?
Yeah, you always want to know for young players how they hold up in big moments. And, when a lot's on the line, trophies are on the line, emotions are running high, how do they conduct themselves as young professionals, some of them? So it's going to be very interesting to see how they deal with, 1, the emotion, 2, sticking to their game plan, and 3, fighting for bragging rights.
And I mentioned it, 6 of these players for NYCFC, they were down in Florida for the preseason with the MLS side, a couple of them making appearances against the Chicago Fire in preseason action. Diego Rossi and Dren de Bruma, the two fullbacks, Cooper Flax and Mark Cayamarca in central midfield, and then Gianluca Armagino and the number 10, Mateo Ponce Ocampo, who's going to be a huge threat throughout this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You listed all those players, and they're exactly on the keys to watch for this Red Bull side. Absolutely dangerous players for this NYCFC that it will look to pace this attack today. There's 2 different styles of play, and, these players are going to be so important to execute that game plan.
On the flip side for New York Red Bulls, we talked about Austin Brummett. He got some minutes yesterday in USL action for New York Red Bulls too, as did Curtis Ofori, who at left back is one of the big prospects in the system.
Yeah, Curtis Ofori, a player who we've been hearing about for quite a little bit, even before he signed. Coming up through this academy, they speak so highly of him. Everything from, his work rate, his quality on the ball. So we're excited to see how he holds up in this big moment, because we've seen him at the USL level. Now it's interesting to see him playing with, his respective age group.
And one of the big prospects we're excited to see for the first time here, Kevin Merce at the number 10 spot, was in the RSL Academy, has been around the Real Monarchs, didn't make a USL appearance, and now he is going to be the 10. He's going to be the one that this is all built around here today.
Yeah, Coach Paul O'Donnell speaks so highly of him. They love the level that he, brings, his pedigree. He's played at a high level with RSL, so you can fit him into the system. Now it's about him learning the Red Bull way, the tactics, and really what makes, the number 10 in this position really so crucial. And, that battle with him and Flax today is going to be absolutely massive for the status of this game.
So now these young teams come out here. What's the message from the coaching staff in what is really you're here to win moment, not learn. What you're learning here is how do you get a big result in a big game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the Red Bull press versus how good NYCFC can be against it. That's going to be the tale of, really who will be on top here today. So I think, Red Bull's going to look to be aggressive. NYCFC is going to look to, weather that storm, be clinical in the way they possess the ball, and really attack, when they break that line of pressure, similar to how the U15s were. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup here today.
These teams have not faced off against each other in over a year. And so the New York Derby takes the field here at the Red Bull training facility at a U17 level. These players know exactly what this means to these clubs and how much it means to them. We saw the celebrations in the first game, especially from Patrick Shaw, our goal scorer, with a little bit of Matt Miazga ode to a big goal that happened at Yankee Stadium a few years ago. And now these two young sides get a chance to go toe-to-toe. Their own opportunity. The pressure on as the New York Academy Derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor at a U17 level will kick off for the first time ever. These two sets of teams get to start a new tradition, a trophy on the line. It means everything for these young teams as Brian Becker, our head official, at the midfield circle, ready to get us started and get us kicked off. Danielle Cornetta and Chase Turner, our two assistant referees, and Cedric Cook, our fourth official for this one. Jose Jimenez, the head coach for NYCFC. Paul O'Donnell, Connor Lade's former coach, is manning on the top of the line for this New York Red Bull U17 side as we get kicked off. New York in their black and red jerseys for the New York Red Bulls, going right to left on your screen, and NYCFC in their classic light blue, sky blue strips going left to right on your monitors. And immediately into the attack, Diego Rossi serves a ball in. It's off the post and knocked away. Almost a dream start for NYCFC.
Yeah, what a start there from NYCFC. Really putting on the pressure here early, and Rossi does so well to get that back on his right foot, cut it in, and Ponce Ocampo just redirects it just off the post. But great start here from NYCFC and puts Red Bulls on their back heels.
And we've heard so much about Diego Rossi at right back with the first team in preseason. Played against Chicago Fire last year, was down at the Florida Cup for that NYCFC first team side, and you immediately see the quality with that service.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, clinical service there. You can tell he's so confident on the ball, and really that experience that he's gotten with the first team, you can see it paying dividends.
Offside flag stays down, and now it'll come up on Eli Conway. Conway running the front line alongside Austin Brummett here. Question mark if Sergeant Goma would be available for this game. Another academy player currently getting time in USL and training with New York Red Bulls too. And so it's Conway and Brummett as the partnership here. Two very exciting prospects up top.
Yeah, absolutely. Two players who, are going to be looking to combine in this New York attack. Brummett comes with, another player very familiar with the academy system, has gotten experience with the USL side, has shown very well there. And so he's going to look to lead this group. And, Eli Conway, another player who's, very highly regarded in this system. They're looking to, continually polish him in the final third and look for more production with him. But they know he's got all the tools to be very successful at the next level.
So Jamie Lucas coming all the way across from that right back spot to put that ball out. He and Curtis Afori will have a ton of license to get forward and get into the attack from those fullback positions. That'll be the impetus for Paul O'Donnell's side as Rossi throws this one in.
And the key, talking to Paul O'Donnell, is, as aggressive as he wants those two to be, he knows how dangerous this attack is for NYCFC. So he wants to make sure when one's going, one's staying.
Merce takes over in midfield but turns it over. Good interception from DeBruma. Dren DeBruma flying forward. His left-footed service blocked by big Max Andrews, otherwise known as Tim Parker around these parts.
So funny. You've been seeing Max Andrews for years training with the academy, and we'd always be training, on the field. He'd be training on the field next to us. We'd run around the field when Tim Parker was a Red Bull, and we'd just be shouting Tim Parker at him. He'd be waving at us. I mean, It's really a spitting image. It's pretty crazy.
I thought it was a low-hanging redhead fruit where it was like, oh, yeah, he's the other redhead center back. But they are I mean, Tim Parker was carved out of marble, and Max Andrews is a mountain of a young man. Still U17, committed to go to West Point. So he'll be playing his soccer for Army once he finishes his time with the New York Red Bull Academy. And obviously a huge honor for him to get into Army and be a part of that soccer program.
Yeah, but a player that they were really hoping, he has been on the bench for the New York Red Bulls too, and a player they were hoping Brian was going to be a part of this game today. Not that they don't want to see him with the USL side, but they really wanted him a part of today.
Space here to get forward. Cajamarca out wide. Rossi back inside to the feet of Ponce Ocampo, who's going to lead a lot of the attack. He's more of a natural 10, as you can see from the number on his jersey, so starting at center forward, but will drop in consistently. Stafford and Hochschild, the center back pairing here. Dangerous pass, but Hochschild sneaks it through. And Andrews closing down, not allowing Carlo Brown any space in the attack.
You can see off the bat, NYCFC is not going to shy away from playing through this Red Bull press. And so it's going to, like we said in the it's going to be a battle of who wants it more and who can be better at what they do. And NYCFC, can they play quick enough to break that press? And Red Bulls, can they be cohesive? Can they go together? Because Polidano's going to want to be aggressive in this game.
Only 5 minutes so far, but you could see for these U17 players, as Austin Brummett in a push chase now with Hochschild. For NYCFC, they've seen this press a little bit more in their lives, right? They've played against Red Bulls more years. The U15s maybe looked a little bit more surprised by the way it was coming at them, and we know Jonathan Rhodes sent his team out with no reins on it and just told them to run. Feels like this U17 side's a little bit more comfortable in the face of that pressure.
Yeah, a lot of these players have have experienced this system before, been exposed to the Red Bull press, and I think what NYCFC wants to do, they want to have brave players. Their style of play is to keep the ball, to press, and when it is time to go, they go with pace. And so you're definitely going to expect that today. And New York Red Bulls on the flip side, they know exactly what NYCFC is going to do. They want to go, they want to get the ball, they want to get to goal as quick as possible. So it's going to be very interesting who can be better today.
Hochschild all the way back to Clausen. Clausen calmly into the feet of Stafford. Oliver Stafford, a big expectation for his ability to play out of the back for this NYCFC side. Cajamarca in a battle with Ofori. And now J.C. Cortez, the captain's armband on for him. Goes all the way back to Kieran Dalton, another player who spent the bulk of time training with New York Red Bulls 2 in the USL, hasn't made his debut in goal yet. Big expectations for it, Kieran Dalton.
Yeah, another highly rated player in this system. He spent a lot of the COVID pandemic, training with Ryan Mara. So, someone very familiar in the system. Ryan Mara speaks very highly of him. And, they love, he's a solid keeper, a really good presence in the box. And something that sticks out to them most of all, he's got really good feet and can break some lines with passes, can really spray it around the field, so it sets him apart.
Big options coming forward. Andrews and Cortez, the center backs, alongside the top of the box. Of course, Eli Conway and Austin Brummett on the top of the box as well, waiting for this service to come in. It'll be Jamie Lucas to play it in. Floated to the far post, knocked down, Andrews with a touch, and it'll go just wide off a deflection for a corner kick.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity there from New York. They really only marked up Max Andrews late, and J.C. Cortez was wide open. So New York clearly looked to target that back post, and clearly they got a good opportunity from it.
It'll be Lucas to serve it in once again. So his dangerous free kick. And he will follow it up now with the corner. He goes short to the top of the box. Back out wide for Lucas. Lucas floats it into the far post, and he overcooks that one.
Yeah, I think he's looking for a little bit of a softer ball there from Widman. You want to see these two big bodies in the box with Cortez and Max Andrews, really get some good service in there and see what they can do.
Another Free kick coming here for NYCFC. So a 2-0 win for New York Red Bulls in the first game. This is a whole different monster here at the U17 level. For NYCFC, this is the top of their academy. So these players, they are prepared and able to progress past this level. They train immediately with the MLS team and the first team for New York Red Bulls. There's a U19 squad, as well as a U23 PDL team, or USL2 team, excuse me, that's just getting underway right now. And then, of course, the USL and MLS teams. As Lucas flies forward, wins that tackle off to Bruma. Lucas getting into the end line and knocked away by Stafford. Header down on the top of the box. Kamayarko trying to clear it in a long drive from Malik Khan.
Great effort there from Malik Khan on trial with this Red Bull side. I love the step from Jamie Lucas there, you know, being aggressive, really going hard when NYCFC is playing, and leads to a good opportunity. As you can see, oh, almost tucks it into the upper 90 there. What a moment that would have been for someone on trial, huh?
Khan eligible to play in this game because this is not a league game. These two teams not in the same division currently in the new MLS's next setup, and hence why we've got the New York Academy Derby, sponsored by Adidas and Body Armor. Those two companies, along with both these clubs, have come together to put this competition together, and these players starving for big games, big moments to challenge themselves. Over the end of last year, both these teams started to play against men's adult league teams, men's rec teams in the area to try and challenge them because they haven't been able to, you know, go to Europe, go to South America, play teams like that, or even play some of the top teams across the United States. And so this game is so crucial to the development of both these squads.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's been really beneficial for these young players to play against these men's sides and really, you know, find a new aspect of the physicality in a higher level game. And, you know, I think you're not always at this level exposed to that type of play, and I think it's only going to pay dividends to them in their own respective journeys.
David Goss and Connor Lade with you here on the stream. Thank you so much for being with us. We are very excited for this one. It was a really fun first game to get us started. These two teams will look to continue that. We've got some big interviews coming up as well. Sean McCafferty, head of the New York Red Bull Academy, will join us. Sam Pugsley from NYCFC will join us, as well as John Tardy, who's head of the alumni setup for the New York Red Bull Academy. This one's chested down. Back in defending there is Tyler Mork. And now DeBruma up the line. Great touch there from Lucas. Into the feet of Brummett. Brummett trying to get the shot away. It's blocked. And it'll be out for a corner kick.
Yeah, great touch there from Jamie Lucas. Does so well to take it down. Have great composure going forward, and you can see he's got the eyes. Austin Brummett does so well to find the split between the two defenders. Just can't direct down frame. Great stop by the NYCFC defender there.
Brummett joining the academy a few months ago, coming over from Seattle. He's already made 3 appearances and 1 start in USL play. This one served in. Andrews gets his head to it and just can't direct it on frame.
Yeah, really good opportunity there for Max Andrews. Looks like Stafford did just enough there to throw him off balance and disrupt that clear header. But again, set pieces are going to be crucial here today.
Oliver Stafford out of Katona, New York. A USU 15 international at center back. Has actually played with Serge Ngoma with the U15 national team, a New York Red Bull player. Now, enemies here today as Armellino gets into the box here. One-on-one with Afori. Afori trying to guide this ball out. He cannot. Now he has to recover and play it. Gets it up the field, but shut down by Flax. Cooper Flax wearing the armband. And he has had the circle around his name all week for the New York Red Bulls U17s as they prepared for this matchup.
Yeah, talking to Paul O'Donnell, you know, first thing out of his mouth when you ask him about NYCFC is really Cooper Flax, and he's going to be the key today to hone in on. And I think it's going to be a great battle between him and Kevin Merce. Really, a big opportunity for him to shut him down, which is going to lead to, really halting that NYCFC attack because he's always looking to get on the ball.
Flax is going to look to dictate the play. Similar to the way we saw Justin Hack play with this U17 team a few years ago, and of course Alex Ring at the MLS level for NYCFC. So the Huntington, Long Island native, it's his role to really help break this pressure. NYCFC going short off the goal kick. Stafford now coming across the field. Looking for the feet of Hochschild and hit it just a little bit too hard for his teammate, and now will be a New York Red Bull throw in deep in the attacking half.
I think for the Red Bulls, this is exactly where they want to play. They want to be in NYCFC's end, you know, as much as they can. You know, even if they, you know, aren't, you know, pulling off plays, just trying things, it's okay to make mistakes as long as you get numbers around the ball and can, you know, have that counter press active and engaged. So it's going to be key for this team. If they can get the numbers in there and they do turn it over, can they win it back and how quick can they get to goal?
Clausen trying to go quickly, immediately closed down though by Widman. Widman keeps it alive. Merce now coming into the attack. Maybe that's Eli Conway. And now all the way back across the New York center backs. Cortez closed down. Both these teams giving no quarter early on here. They press each other. Dalton with the turnover. Immediately Widman's there to win it back for his team.
A great recovery there from Widman. Kieran Dalton with a giveaway, and it looked like a dangerous opportunity for NYCFC, but the midfielder coming back into the game and, you know, really showing that counter press and winning the ball back is huge.
Cortez off to Andrews. Up the line now for Lucas. Lucas floats in field. Cortez looks to hit it long for a Forey. One-on-one with Rossi. Rossi makes the play defensively, and now he's got his team going the other way in the attack. Andrews knocking down Armaino's ball. And that one just behind the feet of Conway. Hooper Flax in a must-win situation there. And he maintains possession for his side. Late Khan a step slow to close, and now the Red Bulls get the ball back. Connor, you okay? You still breathing over there? This is high intensity. These teams do not rest.
No, not at all. And you can tell, I mean, it's as much as you are aggressive in this game, you still don't want to make that early mistake and give, you know, your opposition an early goal, which could really, you know, be so tough to climb back from. So I think as aggressive as you are, they're still trying to feel each other out a little bit.
What's so fascinating about these teams, the way these academies are, is your system is so unique that you're not just recruiting the best player you can find. It's the player who fits in and can succeed. And I think that's kind of been an area of success for these clubs because they're not out there maybe fighting for the exact same player as everyone else.
Yeah, I think that you hit it spot on there. And I think that's what's so unique, you know, and pretty important for two teams in the same market to maybe have your own style of play because it does separate, you know, maybe this player is better for New York rather than the Red Bulls. So it's very exciting with, you know, especially with the wealth of talent that's in this area. You know, it gives.
There should be enough for both clubs.
There should be. I mean, you could have probably 5 clubs in here and have enough talent. So it's really incredible.
But at the same time, everyone wants Tyler Adams. So there's going to be competition between the two teams. We've seen players swap between the two academies. We've seen them swap between the two MLS teams as well. It's always going to be a part of it. There'll be a Luis Figo somewhere. Mo Johnston, I think, was the first one who went between Celtic and Rangers. I don't know which direction, but former Red Bull or Metro Stars player and coach.
There you go.
Way back in the day, probably before anyone on this field was born.
Yeah,
Mo Johnston was part of the Metro Stars.
I think a lot of the history of at least the Red Bulls and the Metro Stars, I don't think any of these players were around for.
Lucas has been phenomenal so far to start this game. Up the field for Beninda. Lucas now surrounded by blue shirts. Andrews trying to get it up the field to a teammate. Conway chasing here, and the offside flag goes up.
Yeah, Jamie Lucas has been very, very good, very tidy on the ball here today. They love what he provides offensively. I think they're still working to develop with him his defensive side of things, but I think he's going to be a huge factor in the New York offensive end here today, and I think he'll provide some great chances.
Cajamarca with the huge switch and not able to find a teammate. As you said, Lucas, a converted midfielder. Looks like it'll be a throw-in for NYCFC. No confusion between our two officials. So 45-minute halves, full game here between these two teams. If we were tied at the end of 90 minutes, we'll go straight to penalty kicks to award a winner for our first ever New York Academy Derby. That's by Adidas and Body Armor. Nice big trophy for someone to lift. There's streamers on it with both colors, but there'll only be one at the end. And then a couple of great bottles of Goldberry Body Armor for the winner. Caked in gold. I have one here. I'll crack it open when a team wins. As Conway goes down here against Stafford, a huge card coming. And it's going to be a red card from our head official, Brian Becker. He says denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. And that is the end of the day early here for Oliver Stafford.
Wow. What an opportunity. Great ball by Austin Brummett to spring Eli Conway, and Eli Conway just does enough to get the touch on it, and Stafford just brings him down. He would have been one-on-one with the keeper, and he's sent off. It's tough. You hate to see in a game like this an early red card.
It is a brutal call for Oliver Stafford. How much this game means to these two academies. You can see his teammates consoling him there as he goes off the field. It means now it's a whole new ball game for Jose Jimenez's side, as he now has to readjust his team and figure out how to get through this. It'll start with this free kick coming up for New York Red Bulls. Brummett and Ofori standing over this one. And Ofori measuring it out a little as Quinn Clausen gets his wall erected in front of him. Oliver Stafford, red card here in the 20th minute. And Brummett's free kick is taken by Clausen.
Yeah, you feel for Stafford there over on the bench, you know. Tough moment, and NYCFC is going to be on the back foot here. But, hey, we've seen clubs with 10 men, you know, really do well in a game. You know, maybe they're back against the wall. You find out a lot about yourself and find out a lot about your players.
Let's find out a bit more about the New York Red Bull Academy. Sean McCafferty joining us here, Academy Director for New York Red Bulls. Tell us a little bit about this matchup, this cup, what this moment means for these players, and how this whole thing came about.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic event. You know, twofold really. Number one, we wanted some really good competition, which obviously the you know, New York always provide, as do MLS clubs. But really to kind of make it a bit special, right? And I think the today's been fantastic. All of the work that's gone into it from Ryan Brooks, Grant Finley, Ryan Carter, just done an unbelievable job of putting this all together. And so far the games have been, you know, all of them close, all of them competitive, which we wanted. And, you know, this game is looking like it's going to be no different.
And a big red card there to change the pace of play a little bit. As you guys talk about moments like this, what do you tell your players of how to handle either red card, big moments, goals for or against you?
Connor, talk about it. Sometimes the opposite effect, right? You almost get into maybe a bit of complacency, or you think we've one man. It's, you know, it's the worst. Sometimes the worst place you can be. The other team work harder for each other. So I'm really interested to see how our team go about it. Ultimately, you know, mathematically we should have a free man. So can we find that free man and can we stretch him a little bit? You would think we get a bit more expansive now to try and help our cause in possession. So, but yeah, it's I've seen it many times where it motivates the opposing team.
We've talked a little bit, especially in the first game, about for these players, so often it's what are the lessons you're taking from moments. It's not just the pure results. There's an opportunity coming forward here for NYCFC. Diego Rossi gets to the end line, cuts it back. A chance here, and NYCFC inches away from taking the lead.
Huge chance there. Great run by Diego Rossi. You know, gets to the byline, sends it across, and Brown just can't direct it on frame. But what an opportunity with 10 men. We talk about it. You know, you're not out of the game by any means.
So for NYCFC trying to take the lead. But Sean, what I was going to ask is, what is it like for these players where this is not as much all development and it's come out here and get a big win in a big moment?
That's ultimately when you put a cup out right there, and we're all competitive, and they have to play under pressure, right? These some of these young players have had the the fortunate experience to play at USL level already in front of fans, a bit of pressure. But you know, people talk about development. Learning to win is part of their development. Learning to be in situations where you need resiliency, situations where even here we have a numerical superiority, but you have to figure it out. Like, how can we make this advantage count, and hope that they can figure out the solution. But almost want a goal down. Watching right now, we're a little bit anxious. I think we actually need to just take a little breath and settle down a bit.
Brummett now flying forward, pushing it wide for Widman. Coming inside on his right foot, and his shot is blocked. Conway trying to stay in an onside position. Eli Conway getting the start up top alongside Austin Brummett here. Sergeant Goma not available for this group, as now Merce breaks into the box. And Sean, one of the questions we wanted to talk to you about is, we talked about the coaches coming into this game, a ton of players who could play with us but are training with USL or with U15s or with the U19s. There's so much movement across this club. How do you manage all of it, and how does that play into the players' development?
Yeah, I think, listen, the pandemic has made things more challenging. I think beforehand the movement was a lot more fluid. Players moving up, whether it's first-team players to Red Bull 2, Red Bull 2 players going up, and even the academy. Our USL 223s just started training as well, so it seems like there's a lot on the go, but for me, it just provides more opportunities. Our academy guys, there's a lot of under-16s playing this game for us and for NYCFC. So some of the older guys are playing up with the the Red Bull 2 team, and for me, it's fantastic because the young players playing up they're just thriving. They're just not. For me, can you go in there and contribute versus just survive? Right? We want to see players that go in. As Nate Worth did in the previous game. He's a young player, but was, in my opinion, the best player on the pitch. Capped off by a wonderful goal.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. And talk about a little bit of looking anxious. What was the message coming into this game, really, for these players who might not have had a game like this, a moment like this, in really almost 2 years?
Yeah, we haven't played a lot of MLS competition, Connor, so you knew probably first 15, 20 minutes was going to be a little bit, mistakes, a little bit of tension, probably turn the ball over more than you'd like. But ultimately, for us, we have to be able to go to 100 miles an hour when we press and collect, but then just go to that 70, connect your first pass. Don't give it right back to them. Too many transitions is not what we're looking for. We're looking for successful transitions for us, but also a moment to maybe put the foot on the ball and rest in possession. Otherwise, it just gets a bit scrappy. All
right, Sean, I know you're dying with the game here, so we're going to let you go in 1 second. Last question is, for Red Bull fans out there, what should they be excited about? What's going on in the academy? What should they look out for?
Yeah, now listen, we're very fortunate. We have a lot of talent in the group. Obviously, anybody that was watching the Red Bull 2 game last night, young 15-year-old Curtis Ofori coming on and playing against a full Haitian international and playing well. And then here he is today playing against one of his buddies probably from that he knows. But it's, there's a lot of talent coming through. Sergeant Gomez and other young players coming back from injury we're very excited about. And again, some of the players on show today. Austin Brummett's already shown some of his quality and his hold-up play and his maturity for the through ball to get us through. So we're excited about the future, and the cupboards are full. Looking forward to keeping them coming through.
The next Connor Lade out there on display. Sean McCafferty helping make it happen. Thanks so much for joining us.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
So NYCFC, Connor, hanging tough here, and you talked about it. Happens all the time. Right, the emotions of going down a man can be so strong for teams. And NYCFC would be huge if they could get the opening goal here, maybe before this game settles back in, as Brummett's now running into space through the middle for Conway again. Conway in on goal. Big save from Clausen. And Cooper Flax looking to clear. And finally, NYCFC get it out of their box.
Wow, what an opportunity there for Conway. Great ball in behind, one-on-one with the keeper, and Clausen just does so well to keep himself big. Get a big stop to keep them in this game. And, like you mentioned, NYCFC had a great chance to get that first goal just a couple minutes earlier while we were talking to Sean.
So Cooper Flax has gone into that center back role in place of Stafford off with that red card. No substitutions made yet, and, it makes sense for what Cooper Flax can do as a 6, as a defensive midfielder, as we see that save there for Clausen, that he would slot in there and feel really comfortable alongside Hochschild.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just love his confidence on the ball. He's going to be so good breaking lines with, his play. Not only that, but his leadership from the back, especially in a time where there's adversity. You're down a man. So it'll be interesting as this game goes on, depending on the scoreline, to see, maybe they bring in another center back and push him up if they're chasing the game, or if they're trying to see the game out and they do find a way to get the lead. We may see him there the rest of the game.
They do have a U.S. Youth International and Damon Rouse on the bench, who could be available for this one, has played left back and left center back throughout his time with NYCFC. 5 subs available to these coaching staffs. It's supposed to be made in 2 stoppages, and the halftime doesn't count as one of those. So it'll be interesting to see how Coach Jose Jimenez handles this now. One of the new coaches to the NYCFC Academy. And we will have a guest as well from NYCFC, Sam Pugsley, coming up in the second half, similar to what we had with Sean just now. And John McCaffrey talking about Curtis Afori and what he did yesterday, going up against Cristiano Francois. Haitian international Billy Forbes, one of the leading goal scorers in CONCACAF, were Turks and Caicos, as well as Pierre De Silva, Ariel Martinez. I mean, I just named 4 starters in CONCACAF World Cup qualifying that Curtis Afori at 16 years old has now played against and played well against.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, you can't pay enough for that experience. That's at 16 years old, playing against full international, competition. Playing against great players day in and day out. I mean, that's only going to pay benefits for him and his development. And, we're excited to see how he does. I'm sure, there's going to be bumps in the road like anything. There's going to be a roller coaster, but I think he stood up well and, just like he did last night. So we're excited to see what he can do in the future.
Conway now coming forward, trying to find back the feet of Kevin Merce, and Clausen reads the play well and comes out and makes a big stop. Immediately starts possession for NYCFC. Rossi now back into the feet of Flax. Cooper Flax pulling the strings now from center back instead of central midfield. And a big tackle there from Jamie Lucas. Can he hit quickly the other way? And this one will bounce all the way through.
Great step there again from Jamie Lucas. He's been so good. His anticipation has been incredible today, and placing a dangerous ball there. I think if New York can sense that and anticipate that he's going to play that ball, you can see Eli Conway stretching a little bit. I'm not sure if he's nursing an injury right now, or else he may have been able to get on the end of that ball, but Jamie Lucas just begging them, just get in the box, I'm going to put it there.
We didn't know if Conway would get the start, and the 2 biggest plays of the game have been his run straight down the middle, one to earn the red card for his team, the other one to force Clausen into that big save.
Yeah, and talking to Paul O'Donnell, like he said, still working on polishing him in that final third, getting some more production, letting him fill up that score sheet, and really, you feel like he's got all the tools to do it. You just got to, get those goals, let them pour in, and hopefully they're hoping that the floodgates are going to open for him.
He's got a great partner today in Brummett, who is a natural center forward, but the first 5 things people talk about with him is link-up play, finding teammates. He wants to create off, and Conway's the perfect guy to run off of him.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you want with 2 forwards. You need someone who's coming underneath, who's going to, link up play, bring people into the game, and, when you got someone who can run like Eli Conway, stretch the back line, it's a perfect pairing. And I'm interested to see how Kevin Merce is going to play off of that, the link up play between him and Brummett and try to get behind, because it's clearly they're having success doing so.
So first substitution of the game coming here. It'll be New York Red Bulls' Malik Khan going off, as we said. Khan, a trialist with this side. Maybe struggling a little bit with an injury there. So Eric Ruiz will come on for him early on. And that's got to be tough for a young player like Malik Khan, a Trinidad and Tobago national, who was hoping to make his name with this side.
Yeah, definitely feel for him, especially, when you're playing on trial in a game like this that's being streamed all over the world. I think you want to show what you can do.
And a chance now for Conway to get in the box once again. Pulls it back. His shot's deflected. And it goes over the top. And you can see what it means for Clausen as he compliments his back line for dealing with that danger.
Yeah, huge opportunity again from Conway. He just loses his footing there in the end. I think he's trying to get it back onto that left foot. Does well to, keep after the play. Cuts it on that left foot and just tries to bend it. And you can tell by Clausen's reaction, it was going on frame, but just hits off Hochschild's back.
So it'll be Lucas again with the service. He's been phenomenal so far today from that right back spot, including his set piece delivery. Lucas, right-footed service in. It bounces in the box, headed away by Hochschild. Lucas keeps it in, One-on-one now with Ponce Ocampo. Widman in possession. Lucas pulls it back to his more comfortable right foot, tries to take Flax one-on-one, and Flax puts it off of Lucas and out for a goal kick.
Yeah. Well done by Flax to stand him up. Jamie Lucas just looks confident. He looks the part, and he looks up for this match. I think he's going to be, between his service, his anticipation on defense, he's turning over the ball, getting, turnovers and, really springing this New York attack. So New York has got to be excited with his performance so far.
So NYCFC going down a man about 14 minutes ago, and they've handled it well, these young players. They have gotten the best look on goal maybe since then. And besides that, they've been able to keep a good amount of the play in front of them.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what you want for this NYCFC staff. You want your players to be brave. You don't want to stray away and just scrap the game plan. They're still being brave, trying to play through this RBNY press, and I think they're doing a good job of it so far. I think they're definitely getting caught a couple times in Eli Conway stretching them behind. So I think that's something for this back line they're going to have to be aware of. They're going to have to be looked to anticipate that, be sure to drop. But other than that, I think they look pretty good so far.
And you see here for NYCFC, this is the one knock-on effect of Flax dropping down is you don't have his feet to play out of the center backs through. And so a lot of that responsibility now is going to fall to Tyler Mork as well as Mark Cajamarca. You've seen them drop in the midfield. Carlo Brown as well, trying to help out, to help their side build. David Goss and Connor Lade here from the Red Bull Training Center in Hanover, New Jersey. Is that right, or do I have to rep Morristown even though we're not in Morristown?
No, we are not in Morristown,
Okay.
but we're neighbors.
Okay. Connor Lade, local prince. I'm just a visitor. He's going to fly me out of here on his private jet from the airport behind us afterwards, which I look forward to.
Not if you keep trashing New Jersey.
Wow. I would never disrespect the Garden State. Of course. New York versus New York, always a big game at any level. I know you were a part of some of the first MLS ones. Did you have any idea what it would be before it actually happened?
No, I mean, you obviously have an idea that there's growth. And, talking to the players who played before me, that, they would have killed to.
Rossi serves this one in. Andrews heads it away.
They would have had an opportunity to play in the development academy like I had when I started. And now, for me, and, we'll talk to John Tardy in a little bit, who was here from the beginning. And I think we'll touch on a little bit how much it's grown. But, I mean, the facilities that they have now, look at this playing surface. They have every opportunity to, do so well. They're given all the tools to be successful and go far in this game. And I think, it's really incredible how much it's grown. I don't think you could have anticipated it growing this much. But it's a credit to the club, the staff, and credit to really the growth of the sport in the country.
It'll be Mork to serve it in. Tyler Mork holding down the midfield right now. Floats this one into the box, headed away initially by Brummett. Second ball back in, a chance here for NYCFC, and the offside flag goes up. And Connor, it's amazing to me at the level things are at. When I talked to both academy directors before this, they both talked about, well, we want to professionalize our academies, which are already leaps and bounds more professional than anything that you came up through and aren't some of the best in the country. They're some of the best in the world now. The facilities that these teams put together, the medical support. You're talking about GPS and data analysis for these academy players. It's off the charts.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, you have the facilities. You got, you don't have to lift a finger here, and they're here just like professionals. They've got ride-along programs that pick them up, drive them home. I'm sure parents are thrilled about that. They're getting online coursing so they can be here. They can do video. They can lift. They can train like pros, which is really going to result in more and more of these players coming up and being a part of the USL team and the first team. And I think it's a huge benefit for any club to have an academy as strong as these two clubs have. Yeah,
it was some good organizational work when you hear Sean McCaffrey say, well, we wanted to move to day training because we want to professionalize it. What's the one key for players? How did they get here? So we built a ride-along program which picks the players up wherever they're located. Of course, for New York Red Bulls playing here in New Jersey. They're pulling players from Long Island, from New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, all across the tri-state area, and then residency program or homestay program for other players as Rossi draws the foul, like Kevin Merce, like Austin Brumman, who are coming in from Salt Lake City and New Hampshire and all across the country. And it was interesting to hear someone say there was a problem, we thought about it, we fixed it. It's always nice to hear that.
Yeah, it really is incredible. And, you know, if you can train like pros, you know, I can't imagine how they feel.
Right.
You know, it gives you the confidence that, like, yeah, this is something I want to do. They're not training at, you know, when I was back there, you're training 3 nights a week at Rutgers Newark or NJIT, and you're
doing your homework in the car on the way back.
Literally 8 o'clock at night, and you're getting out of there at 10:30, and, you know, it's not a professional experience. So, you know, for them to provide that and work with really every facet of it, you know, between school, getting carpools and things like that, it's really incredible.
And you got to think for these players, to take away one of the shocks moving to the pro level has just got to be a huge help on top of the other things that they're getting open to earlier in their lives.
Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm extremely jealous.
It worked out for you?
It did. It did.
Just like a couple of years in MLS, you know, no big deal. Rossi serves this one in. This ball gets knocked down. Ruiz, the first one to it. Conway lays it off for Brummett. Merce looking for the through ball for Conway, and the slide tackle from Hochschild.
Huge tackle there by Hochschild. Huge play. Eli Conway's been really stretching this back line, and, you know, they're constantly looking his way, and that's what you have to do against someone who's going to, you know, constantly be looking to stretch. You got to lay in some big tackles, and you need to cover depth well, and Hochschild did that there.
Yeah, he has stepped up since Stafford's gone off with the red card with a couple big plays. Up for the challenge now is Alex Hochschild. This one flicked on. Beninda not able to find a teammate.
I mean, I think I could fit in with the 15 group, but what do you think, 17? You think I could throw on a jersey and
well, so
sneak out there?
Alex Hochschild's in 06, which means he's playing up already 2 years. So I think you and him could potentially be a decent partnership.
I like it. Except I think I'd be on the, I don't know how I'd
You'd be
look in
on the Rebel
NYCFC
side?
colors. I don't know about that. It would hurt my heart a little bit putting on blue.
We'd find out pretty quickly.
There might be some sketchy defending there.
That one knocked out by Ruiz. Well, if Ruiz goes down with an injury, maybe we'll throw you in there as well.
There you go. I think I can fit in a Cajamarca's jersey.
Yeah, potentially. And for these teams, a good chunk of these players are not actually U17s. They are, as I said with Hochschild, playing up an age group or two. The ones that aren't, they train at a higher level. So almost everyone here who is an actual U17 eligible player either trains with a USL, MLS, or U19 squad. Constantly challenging these young players to get better and better. Before he throws it in early. Big switch of the field there from Widman. To the path of Lucas. Lucas one-on-one with the Bruma. Back for the feet of Ruiz. Widman now. He's got Ofori making the run from left back. Ofori, early service coming forward. Tries to sneak one into Merce and cleared away by who else? Alex Hochschild.
Yeah, New York looks like on their front foot, and NYCFC, you know, they're just trying to get through this tough stretch of the game. But if you're New York, you can smell a little bit that you're getting some more chances. You're kind of keeping your foot on the gas, and they're going to look to try to get one before the half here. It's going to be important for NYCFC to lock it down. You saw in the U15 game, giving up a late goal with literally the last kick of the first half is such a gut punch and take the wind out of, you know, your game plan, and you have to really scrap it and just, you know, start over at halftime. So I think they're going to look to get into that halftime, sort things out. Maybe it's a formation change, not sure, but or maybe they're looking to steal one here.
You see Oliver Stafford on the bench there behind DeBruma taking that throw in, sent off with a red card in the 19th minute as Kevin Merce is shown the first yellow card of the game for New York Red Bulls. And as Connor said, U15 game, Red Bulls versus NYCFC to start the day. Patrick Shaw's goal, the last kick of the first half. And then Nate Worth scored probably the goal of the day. maybe the goal of the year, early in the second half to make it a 2-0 lead that New York Red Bulls were able to hang on to. Red Bulls now the home side. Looking to make it 2 for 2 with the man advantage for what'll be a good stretch of time. But so far, NYCFC has hung on fairly comfortably. Ruiz, the early first half substitute, sprays it wide for Lucas. Good tackle from Mork. Brown trying to create some space. Layoff here for Ocampo, for Ponce Ocampo. Out wide for the run from Rossi. And Rossi's ball on the near post, too close to Dalton.
Yeah, I think this is exactly that time where you can fall into a little bit of complacency, like Sean talked about. I think it's going to be so important for New York to really keep their foot on the gas, be even more aggressive in that press. And if you start getting away from that and get a little complacent, NYCFC can hurt you because they have the talent to do so.
So Conway taken down that time by DeBruma. Dre DeBruma starting left back out of Waterbury, Connecticut. Played in preseason for the NYCFC MLS side against the Chicago Fire and Orlando City. And was part of a recent U.S. Youth National Team regional camp that Gonzalo Segares' team put together. I think it was combined about 15 Red Bull and NYCFC players. So the cream of the crop in the area are part of this. A lot of these players know each other through that competition and growing up playing soccer in the region. So it gives a little bit extra bite to this rivalry. It'll be Kevin Merce standing over this one. Merce floats it in to the far post, knocked down, and the opening goal for the second game in a row. In the dying moments of the first half, New York Red Bulls take the lead in the New York Academy Derby.
What a goal by Austin Brummett. I mean, if you look at these, it happened earlier in the game as well. Not necessarily tight marking on the back post and committing a little bit too many numbers at that near post with NYCFC, and you can tell they didn't really follow the runners there. Austin Brummett just has a clear chance on goal and does so well.
Not an easy finish.
Not an easy finish at all. Acrobatic one at that, and you can tell he's pumped up. They get the boys over to the corner and take a nice family picture.
Instagram profile pics for everyone.
I think we'll be seeing that all over social media from each of these guys.
Avatars for a while for these two sides. And for the second straight game, in the dying moments of the first half, New York Red Bulls take a lead, this time from Austin Brummett. Just joined the academy a few months ago. Has already made his first start, as well as 3 appearances in USL Championship play for New York Red Bulls too. And it was a key piece that Paul O'Donnell was hoping he'd have available to him in this game, and Brummett shows why.
Yeah, we talked earlier about how we wanted Max Andrews in this game. There's a lot of guys who we want in this game, and he's absolutely one of them. And I think Austin Brummett is, brings so much to this group going forward. And talking to him as he walked by our booth in between games, he was talking first New York Derby, and he was really excited for it. And I think he shows exactly why he brings so much.
Chance here the other way. Ponce Ocampo's shot on the far post will be the last kick of the first half. A 20th minute red card for NYCFC's Oliver Stafford set the tone. NYCFC, though, settled. They kept the play in front of them. They hung tight. And then the Red Bulls get the late goal so that, Connor, they've got the momentum coming into halftime.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, it's a gut punch for NYCFC to give up a late goal, but they respond very well and get an opportunity at the opposite end of the field. So New York's got to be thrilled, but, again, they got to keep their foot on the gas, and NYCFC is getting into this halftime talk and try to switch things up and try to find a way back in the game.
Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. We'll talk with John Tardy about this New York Red Bull Academy, this growing system, and all the great players that have been through their doors. And then, of course, we've got first half highlights and a big second half coming up. For the first time ever, the New York Academy Derby, presented by Adidas and Body Armor, will present a trophy to one of these two winning sides. We've got 45 more minutes to find out who it is. We'll be back in just a moment here on YouTube.
We saw the possibilities, that what's best for the athlete must be better for the planet. So we're making products with recycled materials, products made to be remade, and products made with nature, so all people can see the possibilities to take action and help end plastic waste, so we still have places to play.
No, it's like a lard bread almost, like ham, salami, prosciutto, all that good stuff in there. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Red Bull training facility, the New York Academy Derby, the first one ever presented by Adidas and Body Armor. David Goss and Connor Lade with you. And we've got a special guest here at halftime, John Tardy, joining us, head coach of
College
Staten
Staten
Island,
Yes,
as well as a former Everything Academy player, Metro Stars and New York Red Bulls.
Metro Stars, New York Red Bulls, yeah. So played here pretty much from the beginning, Metro Star days, and have watched the academy grown quite a bit, since I played. So it's great to be here and enjoy a great day of soccer.
So I assume all of the GPS tracking from your first game ever out on these huge facilities is still available, right?
Yeah,
it wasn't like that back then.
No, so I mean, obviously, I think the professional atmosphere that the coaching staff provides is relatively the same, but all the bells and whistles that come along with the academy now have definitely improved quite a bit, from the facility to the tracking and everything else. So.
Well, yeah, you were changing in like men's bathrooms and like in random fields along New Jersey. So what is it like for you to be here, see a facility like this, a surface like this to play on? It's a professional environment. How much have you seen this grow?
Yeah, so I mean, like Connor said, we were playing. I think the best facilities we're in were really like some college facilities, but besides that, public parks and things like that. So to see the academy actually have a legit home, I think is a fantastic thing. Obviously the playing surface, just everything about it, the whole atmosphere. You know, you have your locker room facilities, a training room. I'm sure there's a weight room inside. I haven't got a full tour, but you know, all of that stuff just shows, you know, is a great opportunity for these kids that needed to really take advantage of it, to really, you know, the mindset of being a Red Bull, you know, I think that I had and everyone through the academy is you want to be a professional player. So you're being given the opportunities and the resources, you know, to bring your game to the next level. So to see that and to have that at your disposal, I mean, it's a great thing for these young men.
Yeah, John, I mean, we played together, you know, in the summers in college and with the academy, with the U20 team, U23 team, and played together at St. John's. And we would have dreamed to have a moment like this, you know, streamed on YouTube, you know, across the world. Like, what are your thoughts of the game so far, and what have you seen?
I mean, there's just so much talent, you know, on both sides. And like you said, just the playing surface, I mean, it looks like a turf field if you're looking at it, you know, from the but that's grass. You know, so I just think the whole, again, you know, it's a celebration in New York soccer, I feel like. You know, it's two great academy programs coming together and an opportunity for these guys to showcase themselves live on TV for, you know, for a cup, right? You know, a derby in a sense for the New York academies, which is a great thing. I think it just breeds competition amongst, you know, both clubs, and, you know, hopefully in the future this is something where you get the fans back here and the supporter sections and all that kind of stuff, and it becomes, you know, kind of a staple for New York soccer.
So growing up for me in New York, everyone wants to play at the big academies, but Red Bulls wasn't really mentioned as one of those. What have you heard about what NYCFC and Red Bulls academies mean now in the soccer landscape in the tri-state area?
So I'm actually pretty fortunate where I'm still at the you know, the youth level with, and I deal with a club out of Staten Island, and we're sending players kind of both ways right now. So you know, it's you know, and it's the player's choice, not mine. You know, let me lay that groundwork out. I try to do my sales pitch,
but these two teams are the peak now, right?
Yes, yeah, this is the cream of the crop. I think no matter which way you look at it, like, yes, there's an MLS league, and there's other, you know, teams within our area that are playing within that league, but, you know, I don't think they compete the way they should with these clubs. So, you know, if you're playing for some of those other clubs, you want to be at Red Bull, you want to be at New York City. So I think that's, you know, this is where you want to be. These are the best players in the tri-state area. You know, you got kids coming from Connecticut, you know, and, you know, I'm going to say, you know, as far as New Hampshire, I guess now, and things like that, Pennsylvania area. So this is where you want to be to play at the top level in youth soccer, you know, in our area. So.
Okay, so I'm going to set a restriction on you. You can't say Connor because he's here. Who was the best player you saw in the Metro Stars Red Bull Academy coming through?
You know, that's tough. We play with so many great players. I mean, a lot of guys, you know, I'm going to say, I will say that the one kid that I thought I was going to, the first training session with him, I was like, all right, this kid's younger, you know, I got to put him in his place from day one. I ran into him, and I felt like I ran into a brick wall, was Juan Agadello. So, you know, I was trying to set him in his place, and he put me right in mine. So, you know, he's definitely one of the better talents I saw come out. And one person that, you know, a lot of people aren't going to even know who he is, but he played at Hardwick, kid Stephen Amaya. For me, was like one of the class acts, you know, on the ball technically. I'm probably a little biased towards him because he set up a lot of the goals I scored. But definitely one of the better players that I think came through the academy for me.
And John, you know, speaking of these former players, you know, you're a part of now a group that's, you know, heading up this academy alumni program. So speak a little bit about that and why it's important, not only for us to reminisce a little bit, but for these players to draw from that experience.
Yeah, so I mean, the Academy Alumni Program I think is a great thing. You know, just one for us to freely as alumni. I think a lot of our closest friends have really come through the game of soccer, and I think the people that you could kind of connect with the most. And there's people that, you know, I kind of catch up with now. Like, there's a couple of our alumni that are actually coaching NYCFC that I just saw in, you know, over here, and it's, you know, like, it doesn't miss a beat. You know, like 12 years have gone by, and it's still like, you know, a day hasn't gone by. So, you know, just to reconnect with that. And then I think so many of our alumni have, you know, gone into different fields, different careers past soccer. So it's good to connect with these guys, to just build relationships. So one day their soccer career is going to be over, right? So for them to have kind of resources and, you know, connections beyond soccer, I think is a great thing. But again, they've made those relationships through soccer. So I think that's, you know, a great part of what we're trying to do with the alumni program, to really just connect these kids, you know, and honestly make them really value and appreciate what they have now. Because like I said, it's gone leaps and bounds from what it was when we played. So it's great to see.
It's been awesome to watch. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us here. We'll be back in just a moment with second half action here on YouTube.
We saw the possibilities, that what's best for the athlete must be better for the planet. So we're making products with recycled materials, products made to be remade, and products made with nature, so all people can see the possibilities to take action and help end plastic waste, so we still have places to play.
The sun is shining. Gorgeous afternoon for soccer at the Red Bulls training facility. David Goss and Connor Lade with you. Connor, eventful first half. Let's take a look at those highlights before we get this second half action started. And these two teams came out highly aggressive. NYCFC leading the charge early on.
Yeah, a great start there from NYCFC. And as you can see, the red card there halted that momentum that they really built. Stafford, unfortunate to get sent off in this academy derby. And really, you know, it hasn't altered that much.
Yep.
New York has had some chances for sure, but, you know, NYCFC's done well to stay in the game, and they have also created a lot of chances as well, and this man is keeping them in the game. Clausen has done so well to stand up. As you can see, Eli Conway gets a chance there, but Clausen does so well to be big. It's what they teach goalies to do, and he gets another chance here, coming out, being aggressive. And for NYCFC, you got to say he was probably one of the top performers.
And for NYCFC, it was about hanging on a little bit at times with Stafford out. This chance from Conway deflected over the crossbar. And it felt like NYCFC was going to get out of the first half. Cooper Flax dropping in as a center back in place of that red card, and it was going to be enough. And then this service on the far post, and what a finish from Austin Brummett.
Yeah, incredible service there from Jamie Lucas. Puts it on I wouldn't say a plate, because Austin Brummett had to do a little bit. I think put it in a bowl for him. And Austin Brummett just with
it's
an
a go container.
Yeah, put it in a very acrobatic finish, and, you know, thrilled, goes straight to the cameras. He knows where it is. He's been watching, and, you know, he's ecstatic to put New York up at really the death of the first half.
Jamie Lucas' service has been dangerous all game. He gets the assist there. So he'll continue at right back. No changes coming out of the first half for these two sides. And it was one change in the middle of the first half. Eric Ruiz for New York Red Bulls, who came on in central midfield and played a solid stretch in that first half. So, Connor, you open up this second half for these two teams. We saw in the first game, New York Red Bulls came out flying even with that 1-goal lead. What do you expect to see here today?
Yeah, and I think that's essential for the Red Bulls to come out here, be aggressive, set the tone at the beginning of the second half, and let NYCFC know that they're not going to be in for an easy half. And so that's going to be huge for New York, for the Red Bulls. New York City FC, they want to get off to a hot start as well, and, you know, they're hoping that New York will fall into a little bit of complacency and that they can catch them on the break.
New York Red Bulls against NYCFC, the New York Academy Derby U17 matchup presented by Adidas and Body Armor for the first time ever. There's a big shiny trophy waiting off to our right for one of these two teams to lift after these 45 minutes are done. And the question mark is, who will it be for the first time ever? So much to play for.
Yeah, we're locked on. Jamie, pass him on. Jamie, back. Right here.
I mean, if you're looking from this angle, if you're looking at Max Andrews, it looks exactly like Tim Parker. It's scary.
Max Andrews, the big Right-sided center back. Committed to play at West Point next year for this Red Bull squad. It looks like 2 changes at halftime for New York Red Bulls. Darson Gabriel coming on for this game, as well as Ariane Racinos. And it looks like maybe a change of shape. So this is Racinos' first touch, playing along that left side. Connor, it looks like it might be 3 in the back for this New York Red Bull team.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, and I think, you know, formation, you know, they want to be aggressive, and so, you know, if it is a formation change, they want to maybe press a little bit higher up the field. You know, they did do well at times, but it wasn't necessarily all cohesive at the same time, and I think they want to throw a couple more numbers forward so Widman gets a chance there, you know, to be aggressive and get a second goal, which will be really deflating to this NYCFC side.
So Racinos coming on in place of Afori on the defensive side. And then Darcy and Gabriel coming into that midfield spot. As we said, it looks maybe like a tweak formationally. Curtis Afori, obviously 20 or so minutes at the USL Championship level, and Sean McCafferty talked about playing against full Haitian, Turks and Caicos, Cuban internationals in that game as the offside flag goes up. So you wouldn't expect a full 90. What'd you see from him in the 45?
Yeah, I thought he had a pretty good performance here today. You know, he looked up for it. He looked, you know, every single chance he had to get into a challenge, he was excited. I think, you know, he was aggressive to get upfield, and I think, you know, they want to manage his minutes for sure playing with the USL side last night, and they want to be smart in his development. You know, you think of him, you know, playing against these older players, but he's only 16 years old, so I think you want to be smart with his minutes because he's going to be a big part of this team going forward, and they know they want to push him ahead into the USL and get him more minutes there. So I think a good debut in the New York Academy
Derby. Good showing.
But very good showing for Curtis Afori today.
Now, offside flag goes up on Lucas. You called him 16. We just got to make sure. He was 15 years and 122 days old when he did sign. I think, what was it, Bento Estrella, who is the youngest signing in New York Red Bull MLS history. He was 14 and 364 3 days.
I think 3 days, and then
got it in just under the mark. Estrella would be available for this team, of course, still nursing an injury, coming back. He's also mainly spending his time training and playing with the USL and MLS sides, and that just goes to show you the talent in these teams. That's a U17 player who's unavailable because he's a professional soccer player now.
It's unbelievable, really, to, you know, you think about these young players getting these opportunities, signing at 14 years old. I mean, I couldn't even dream of playing at this level that we're watching here today at 14 years old. And, you know, and Curtis Afori, you know, these kids signing and giving these opportunities, it's incredible. And, you know, you just want to be excited for them to really take that, run with it, and make the most of it.
So an offside flag going up against Conway. Conway's movement, his runs, it drew the red card against Stafford in the first half and also created a huge one-on-one opening that he wasn't able to finish against Clausen. So he's had a big role to play so far for this New York Red Bull side. Leading 1-0 here, playing a man up. And here's Conway once again off and running. Hochschild and Rossi close on him. Flack's able to recover, win the ball back, then works through 4 black jerseys to get away.
Yeah, Conway just couldn't get it out of his feet there to accelerate. And NYCFC does such a good job committing numbers. You can see how much this game means to them, to the recovery runs.
Rossi floats this ball over the top, and Kieran Dalton on the edge of his box claims from NYCFC that he was outside of his box. Brian Becker, a head official, looking at Danielle Coronetta, our assistant referee, who was able to relay the information, and we play on. But the attack's starting to build now. Ponce Ocampo can't keep the ball. And now Conway leading the charge the other way. Black shirts fly forward, and Brummett is in an offside position and missed his opportunity as well.
Great opportunity there for the Red Bulls. Conway does so well to get in behind the defense and looks up, sees Austin Brumman in a foot race, and puts a pretty good ball in behind him, and Austin Brumman's just in an offside position and couldn't guide it on frame.
The sun's starting to set here in Hanover, New Jersey. Gorgeous setting for this Academy doubleheader. The first ever New York Academy derby. And so far, halfway through, 3/4 of the way through now, New York is red, but an opportunity to turn blue. Carlo Brown into the attack. Cuts it back, and Andrews a chance to clear. Quiet game so far for the U.S. Youth International, Carlo Brown. He's the one who's got the expectations. Talking to the coaching staff before the game, they said he scores, but he scores big goals, early goals in games, big moments, not garbage time goals when it doesn't count to pad his stats. The former Met Oval alumni. And obviously, as an attacking player, you see your team go down a minute. You know it's going to be a struggle all game, but for NYCFC, they hit the post right after they went down a man, so they know they can still create chances.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brown did have a good opportunity earlier in the first half and just couldn't wrap his foot around it and guide it on frame. But yeah, definitely a danger man for this NYCFC side, and they're still pushing. They're very much in this game, and I think for New York Red Bulls, I think they've got to keep an eye on him. You got to keep an eye on Ponce Ocampo. These guys, you give them one chance and they can hurt you.
Lucas trying to break lines with that pass. Flax reading it. Ponce Ocampo now on the ball. Goes sliding in late there. And Cortez, the captain, just playing it deep into the corner. Clausen blasts that one out. And you could see he didn't really want the ball there.
Yeah, I think in that moment, do whatever keeper should do, just get it out of danger.
But just a reminder, because of how impressive the performance has been, Alex Hochschild is an 06, playing up 2 years with players, and his center back partner went out with a red card about halfway through that first half, but he hasn't looked out of place at all. He's come as advertised. Definitely one to watch out for in the future. An awesome run here down the line. The ball's still alive. And it'll go out for a corner kick. Hochschild following in what has already quickly become a great line of center backs out of the NYCFC Academy. Tavon Gray, of course, James Sands playing at the MLS level. Prince Amponsa down at Wake Forest, as well as Nico Benalcazar. Some big-time players that have played that position for this NYCFC team. Hochschild looks ready to be one of the next.
Yeah, certainly. He's proved himself today. Very, very pleased with what we've seen from him.
So Lucas will serve this one in. Headed away. Big hit there from Widman. And it goes just wide.
You can tell he's taking on that leadership role in this back line alongside Flax. And I think, for this side to stay in this game, they have to be strong defensively. And I think Red Bulls are looking for a way to use that extra man and find how they can use it in the press. But NYCFC is standing up to it, and they really, haven't looked out of place.
Ruiz battling in midfield. He loses out to Ponce Ocampo. Finally slides it away. To Bruma now, though, comes forward from left back. Gets around Lucas. Knocked over. And it looks like a yellow card coming. The second yellow card of the game for a New York Red Bull player. And it'll be Jamie Lucas to pick that one up.
Yeah, De Bruma does so well there to be aggressive. Leaves Jamie Lucas no choice there but to take him down. And I think for the young outside back, that's what they have been talking about with him is, committing and, being aggressive defensively, but still being smart about what you're doing. And I think that's where he still has room to grow. He offers a ton going forward offensively, and it's such a weapon to have it right back. But you want to see him continually build in that defensive, those attributes that can make him successful at the next level.
So it'll be De Bruma to put this set piece in. A dangerous area. Hochschild, the center back, coming forward to be an option on the end of this one. De Bruma serves it in. Headed away by Brummett, the goal scorer. Flax now trying to restart the attack. Sprays it wide. Cajamarca can't keep that one in, and it'll be a throw in now for New York Red Bulls.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for New York Red Bulls as well, not giving up those free kicks in their end, because you know, you're just giving them chances where really in the run of play they may not have done a ton. They've looked good in their defensive third, you know, the middle third, but they haven't put it all together as they look here.
Opening here for NYCFC. Knocked away. DeBruma now gets forward. He puts in the early ball through everyone, and it leaks out the other side without a touch.
Wow, great ball there from DeBruma. Does so well, and I think I ate my words there. Final third, and NYCFC getting some good production, and DeBruma just whips in a good ball, hard and low, across the 6, right in that danger area for center back and goalkeeper where they don't know who can get it, and he just is hoping and praying that one of his attackers are going to just continually run hard. Just try to, you know, take that chance that it's going to get through there.
There was Carlo Brown who set him up, and it was Gianluca Armeino who's had a quiet game up top, lurking on that far post. But again, you're missing one of your 3 forwards where Armeino now has to decide, do I make the middle run or the far post run, when you would have had 3 players there to make all 3 runs.
Right, and also with Ponce Ocampo taking up that middle role and dropping in a little bit, you miss out on that true number 9 who's in there, who that may be his opportunity there. So you may look to see NYCFC may put someone above him as this game goes on and they're still within reach.
Flax will take this free kick. Kieran Dalton comes out. Able to handle that one. Dalton, a phenomenal athlete. At that center back position, his dad played on a pretty high level. A couple of Irish sports, is my understanding. Some Gaelic football, some hurling.
I've heard, and I think if he's spending time with Ryan Mayer, it's definitely part of the equation up there.
My assumption is if you're the young guy who comes and quote-unquote trains, that means you just shoot and the goal, right? Like you do whatever the good goalkeeper makes you do?
I don't know. Ryan's a nice guy, so
Okay.
I think he has his best interest there as well. So I know that they were pretty even. I think he had a lot of good things to say about him.
Ryan Muir, the first nice person to graduate from Fordham in a while. No, just kidding.
I don't know if John Wolinek's in ear reach here, but you better be careful.
John Womack doesn't watch Academy games. He's got no idea what's going on in the Red Bull system. He shows up and rolls the ball out there.
Only coaches about half these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got Curtis Afori, who we saw in a strong first half in his group. Austin Brummett as well, but a number of Academy players who are available to him. Sam Wilson spent time training with him, was out with an injury. As this one comes all the way through the box. Rossi making the hard run down into the corner, and he thought it was a shoulder-to-shoulder tackle.
Yeah, I think it was a great ball there. Another really, really good ball in there from DeBruna. And I think Ponce Ocampo, he takes that chance, gets in there, just can't seem to get on the end of it, whiffs at it a little bit. And De Rossi lays in a big challenge there with his shoulder. And I think fair enough, he may have an argument there.
Knocked around. Beautiful touch there from Brummett. Lucas flying forward once again. Left-footed shot, punched over the crossbar.
Great little play there from Austin Brummett. Just knocked that ball forward in transition. Jamie Lucas does well to cut in on his left foot. Puts one on frame, and Clausen is up to the task again. He looks up, he says, I'm going to bend this one with my left. Done it a lot with my right today. And Clausen just takes a safe play and bats it over the top.
It looks like the corner kick's going to be taken from the other side. I've never really actually seen that in a moment. Normally, like, if it's down the middle, the refs doesn't care which side you take it from.
Yeah, I think every ref's different. But I think you saw that one curling a little bit. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's take your pick at that moment.
Brian Becker, it's been calm considering he showed a red card so early for the correct call. He deemed it a foul, and if it is a foul, as we'll actually get a yellow card here as I jinx this conversation. I believe it's to Brummett.
Yeah.
So he called the foul. At that point, it's dog, so it has to be because it's last man. Shows a red card. It hasn't boiled over after that. It's been good competition. It's been physical, but it hasn't changed completely the complexion of the game.
Yeah, relatively tame. I think as these games go and tensions are running high, but this game hasn't been necessarily more emotional. I think the U15 one has had more tackles in it. I think, I'm not sure if NYCFC got deflated a little bit. They're still playing well, but I guess emotions haven't run high here. I'm sure as this game goes on, we're going to see that change, though.
Yeah, the U15, it felt like two unmovable objects that just collided into each other, and it happened to be on a soccer field at times. So it's been a lot more possession, a lot more technical, as you'd expect as these players get better and better. So now we will get the corner kick. Lucas serves it, floats it to the far post. Andrews is there, and he can't get over his header. It'll go out for a goal kick.
I think NYCFC looks like they're fixing that back post mark in there. Looks like Max Andrews trying to fight off two people there, so they're honing in on him and Cortez and making sure they can't hurt them on a set piece.
Flax with a big switch on the ground. DeBruma up the line. Can't curl that one in to keep it in. That'll be a throw-in coming for New York Red Bulls. Almost 20 minutes played in the second half. What have you seen from what these two teams have come out with?
Yeah, I think NYCFC's, been impressive when they get a chance. They're committing numbers forward. I think New York is, they've looked good at times. They've definitely had a couple chances, but, still want to see them get a little bit more aggressive and use that extra man to their advantage. I think they can make life harder a little bit more on NYCFC here. NYCFC's, credit to them. Not easy playing with a man down, but as Sean McCafferty said, you almost rally around each other more, and, you fight.
Gabriel now getting into the box, puts it over the top of the six. Widman picking it up on the opposite side. Pulled back, Lucas's first time cross. Didn't leave the ground. It was knocked away by Hochschild. CFC preparing to make a substitution. Incredibly, red card in the opening 20 minutes. They have not made a sub yet, and obviously the flexibility of what Cooper Flax can do, it gave them the ability to pull him into center back and not have to change any personnel.
Yeah, it's credit to him for being so versatile. Really, they haven't skipped a beat in the back line. Obviously, Stafford offers them a great option there, but Cooper Flax has done so well in there. He's, his communication from the back has been so good.
Looks like an attacking player, Tyler Glassberg, is going to be the one to come on. He brings a little bit more speed than what NYCFC has in the attack. One of the promising young left-sided attackers for this NYCFC squad. So a big addition that can maybe get them going forward just a little bit more. The ref will hold up play here. A little frustration for Cooper Flax. And joining us now for the third time here, another guest alongside us, Matt Pilkington, Academy Director for NYCFC. Matt, let's start with the game or the day so far. Obviously, early red card, but this team has stayed in it. They've battled throughout the last 50 or so minutes.
Yeah, really proud of the performance right now. Obviously, they're digging in a little bit. Been down a man for a while, so starting to create some chances and still in the game. So hopefully we can capitalize at some point, but I think for us most importantly is just to stay in this game and not concede another. So we haven't had to change personnel except for, well, we're just about to change one, so the guys have...
Merce puts this one in, and curse there for Matt Pilkington as Kevin Merce coming over from Salt Lake, his debut year with the New York Red Bull Academy, and direct off the free kick bounces one into the far post.
Yeah, you can see what this means to this group. Kevin Merce just puts in that danger ball to the back post, goes untouched, and it's so hard for a goalkeeper there. You think it's going to get redirected, and you have to wait till the last minute to judge it, and it just takes a fortunate skip into the back post, and you can see what that goal means to Kevin Merce.
So 2-0 lead for New York Red Bull Academy, and a huge opportunity. You see the emotion, Matt. We've talked about it all day. what this moment means for these young players. You were on the other side of Sean McCafferty, who we talked earlier about getting this done. What was it in the NYCFC camp that said we have to get a game, a moment, an event like this put together?
Yeah, I think the players need more experiences and meaningful games, and this adds a little bit of pressure, obviously being a derby. So we want to put our players in these type of environments so we can see, not only who can potentially make it to the next level, but to see where we're at with regard to our development of the academy. So, these are crucial for us. We worked very, very hard together to try and get this going, and very pleased to kind of make it happen, and hopefully we can do more. They're crucial to our development.
When you talk about development, one of the things we've marveled at all game is Alex Hochschild's performance, a player playing up a number of years and not looking out of place. What is the conversation like inside a club, inside an academy group, when you say, is this player ready to be challenged at a next level and pushed that little bit further?
Yeah, so as you see, he's a 2006. We have Mark as well as in there. He's a 2006. They're players that constantly are able to compete at a higher level. So we have one way to challenge them and one way to see where they're at. So if they play up and they do well and they compete and they don't look out of place, then for us it's a great marker. We continue to do that. And obviously 2 players here who could have played with the 15s earlier today, we felt it was better for their individual development to challenge them and to test them up, and so far they've played really well.
And we've seen a number of players here who have trained with the first team. Some debuted in preseason with the first team as well against the Chicago Fire and Orlando City. What is the conversations like with that first team staff of when players are ready to come in and what they can bring to first team training?
Well, this group of players we have here, they're very young still, but the fact they went up there and showcased their talent and bought into the culture up there and really continue what they've been doing in the development academy within our academy. I think it's a great pathway, and there's a very close connection with the first team in the academy, and they will use the youth to help out as much as they can with the first team's needs. But they also see they had some benefits. So having young guys around is beneficial to everyone. The energy they bring, the joy they bring, the youthfulness, and it's great. I think for the first team to have young players there, they can mentor and they can try and push and challenge and develop a little bit as well. So it's a really good working relationship. It has been for years, and it continues to do so.
Yeah, another positive performance today, and we talk about dealing with adversity, especially for young players, and how much that means to their development. But Cooper Flax has been a huge communicator on the field, and his versatility to slide into that center back role and really continue to lead the team and affect the game. What does that mean? What does he mean to this group?
Yeah, he's a big part of the group. Team captain, and he's a player that actually spends a lot of time with the first team. So, he transitioned into the centre-back role. He plays majority of the time as a 6 for us. We're actually trying to push him and challenge him further up the field to see his qualities. So today, but you see, his character, he's got great character traits, and he dropped into that role to help out because it's an area we're a little bit short in with some injuries. So it was a natural, obviously, move for us to do, and he's done well, and he's led the group, and very selfless in his attitude and behaviour, and something that's really important to us in the academy.
3 of your alumni playing at the MLS level this year, but a lot going on and off the field. For NYCFC fans that are listening, watching along, whether it's players as an opportunity in the box here for JC Cortez or what you're doing off the field, what should fans be excited about around the NYCFC Academy?
Yeah, we still have, we have a lot of young talent in the club at different age groups, and we're just constantly trying to challenge them and find an environment where we can create a pathway for them to get to the next level. And the daily environment we create is to do that. And we have a great group of players in all age groups. The staff works really hard to get together to get them to the next level. And looking around the field and the games I've seen before, I'm confident there will be another homegrown from these players that we see in action today.
Awesome. Thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it. Unfortunate about the goal in the middle of your interview, but we thank you for being a pro about it. NYCFC and New York Red Bulls, the first time ever playing in the New York Academy Derby, presented by Adidas and Body Armor. 2-0 lead for the Red Bulls. And we talked to Sean McCafferty. We've talked about the past for Red Bulls and Metro Stars. But for Matt Pilkington, a lot of excitement, a lot of promise around this NYCFC squad.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the U15 game, but how young this academy and the type of products that they've been able to develop and, not only, move to their first team but sell worldwide is just super impressive. And, they really stack up so well to the Red Bulls Academy where, there might have been that drop off a little bit where they haven't produced that huge player in, a little bit of time. So it only adds to the competitive fire about they're producing these guys. We want to get back to producing these guys as well. So, it's great to see, and they've done great things in their academy.
And you said you were part of the early Red Bull program. Then it felt like it really recharged and supercharged under Jesse Marsh at times. Obviously, with the USL program coming in, that was huge. Ralph Rognick, a big piece of that. NYCFC almost entered the scene at the same time, and it felt like their ability now to compete with each other has pushed both higher.
100%. And you always want competition within a market. And I think especially in these big cities that have such a wealth of talent, you want to have that competition. That's only going to make each of you stronger, and you want to sharpen iron with iron, and that's exactly what's happening here today, and that's exactly what I'm sure you'll be seeing in the future. So we're, and like we mentioned, there's different players that can fit different styles, and I think a lot of players would be more excited to join NYCFC Academy as opposed to joining Rebels Academy, and vice versa. And so it offers different things to different players, and it's only going to prove beneficial to not only these individual clubs but the national team as a whole.
It doesn't hurt that the top of the pyramid for the two is a Premier League champion and last year's Champions League semifinalist. That always a nice little addition to this whole thing as we see what Tyler Adams has been able to do. Former NYCFC players like Jack Harrison over in the Premier League with Leeds, and of course we mentioned Joe Scally and Gio Reyna in the Bundesliga as well. Gio versus Tyler in the Cup final just a couple days ago. Tyler's still working his way back to some full fitness. He's got some big games coming up for Greg Berhalter's squad. He is like the number 6 in the U.S. pool right now. So we hope for the best for him, and someone I know you've known since a young age where you couldn't root for a better young player and young man. And you don't know if it's going to work out for people, but he was as close as a safe bet as you've ever seen.
Yeah,
same with Gio Reyna.
Absolutely. And, speaking to Tyler, I think there's not many kids that come into training at 16, 17, even him at like 18 years old is intimidating. And just how much he wants to succeed, and his desire to be a better player. And not only that, but he hates losing, and he's going to let every single player around him know, and no matter who that player is. And so that's always something that stuck out to me so much about Tyler. And he's a reason why this academy is so successful. When you build players like that, and you're able to move them on through the RDS to the academy, to USL, the first team, and then over to the mothership over there in Leipzig. And so I think he's so impressive and only inspiring the future generations.
And still such a young player, so much more potential from him. And it feels like Tyler is a bit special, but the ability to produce players is becoming more consistent for both these teams. But for the New York Red Bulls, with that USL piece, there is a clear pathway and a clear idea. And Tyler helps you show the young players, here's an example of how it works.
Absolutely. And I think, Sean McCafferty's done so well, and, not only making the most of what the talent that's in the area.
Winman now getting down the right wing. Going to pull it back and find a teammate. And now go 1v1.
But also the fact that you can recruit players from around the country, and you want, they see all the resources that your club have, and they want to come here, be a part of it. And they can see a clear pathway, and it makes it attractive for them. So perfect example in Austin Brummett, he wants to come here, and that's paid dividends because he's, done well with the academy and moves up to USL.
Brummett there with the shot. Right now he's sitting on the winning goal in this New York Academy Derby championship game. There will be a trophy lifted after these 90 minutes by one of these two sides, but right now New York Red Bulls up a man, up 2 goals. Starting to feel like it's going to be a red day in New Jersey. As DeBruma clears that one up the field, and Andrews plays it back for Dalton. Ruiz put under pressure right up the middle. Now a chance for New York to maybe put their foot on it for a moment. Sorry, New York Red Bulls.
It's tough. Tough.
Yeah,
New York.
I fell into your trap there.
It's about time.
Can I ask, when you joined the academy, did you think that the pathway made sense, or was there? When was the first time, or when was the first time then you did see it?
Yeah, for me personally, I joined much later in my development, and I had played at more local clubs around, and actually a youth affiliate now, TSF Academy. I hadn't played at really a level like this until I joined Rebel Academy, which was later in high school. Pretty much, I committed to St. John's University. I wanted to play at a higher level, and they wanted me to play at a high level. So finally, it wasn't easy, coming in, being a trialist.
Gabriel here getting to the end line. Puts it right on Clausen's hands. They'll go out for a corner kick.
It was something I had to get outside my comfort zone. But as soon as I did, get in with that U18 team, I was kicking myself that I didn't do it earlier. And so for me, I really didn't find out that it was a possibility. I always came back and played in the summers with the U20 team, the U23 team, but it wasn't really until my sophomore year of college. I had a good freshman year, but it was really that chance that it was like, all right, this is possible. I'm on their radar maybe, but I didn't even know that they were going to sign me homegrown until the day that they did. And so, I got word, and I was ready to go down to the MLS Combine. And so, it was up in the air, kind of, there wasn't the momentum right now it is that you can see it coming with homegrown signings. So it was a little bit out of the blue, but for me, it was to play with my hometown team. It was always a dream of mine, and I'm so grateful that I got that opportunity.
And now for many players, it's in high school when they sign a homegrown deal, and part of that is we believe in you, but then kind of the freedom to now let's build you up through the academy and through all the different tools we have for NYCFC. They sent Justin Hack on loan to Hartford Athletic last year. They put him under a former Premier League player as a manager with adults, with full-grown men who have played long careers, some of them World Cups as teammates. And then on the flip side for New York Red Bulls, you've got 15-year-olds that, as we've said, you can roll out there in the USL, get them that experience, get them that minutes before they have to play at an MLS level.
Yeah, it's really incredible to see the investment that they put into young players, and really it's so different than it was back then, where you have to sign them to a first-team contract, and some people they never even got that opportunity to step on the field, and there wasn't. You're playing in reserve league games, and trying to prove it there where no one really cared that much, and so I feel like right now it's so beneficial to be a part of this and see the investment again. It's so incredible, and they're very lucky to be growing up in this time in these academies.
It's why when people ask me, and probably ask you more often than me, with the success of American players now in Europe and the national team coming through, is this a golden generation? And it's no. Weston McKinney's from the FC Dallas Academy. Tyler Adams is from the New York Red Bulls Academy. Gio Reyna's from NYCFC. These players are more pro-ready. They're technically more efficient, and their soccer IQ at 18 and 19 is where guys were at 25 and 26 10 years ago when they were breaking into the national team.
Absolutely, leaps and bounds, and I think it's so far advanced. And for players like myself, I had to go to college. I wasn't ready at playing a year with the Rebel Academy to sign pro, and so for everyone it's different. You have outliers like a Tyler Adams or Curtis Ofori and players like this who can sign younger and actually be impactful at the next level. But I think it's so incredible the way it's developed, and I think for this golden generation, in quotes, I think we don't want to see a golden generation. We just want to see it be consistent.
For sure.
Years and years and years to come.
The start of a tidal wave.
Exactly. And so that's exactly where they're building towards it. But you have to get that first step. And, I think to capitalize on the team like you have on the national team now, it would be a sin not to.
Yeah. And you've got, I think there's a good medium for every player, right? Kyle Zayats, captain for New York Red Bulls, too, went to college. Reggie Cannon went to college for one season. Then he plays for FC Dallas, then he gets sold to Europe. It's not the same for every player, but now there's options out there. Luciano Sanchez coming on here as a substitute for New York Red Bulls. So Eli Conway's afternoon is done. We saw him getting tended to with that injury. Made a huge difference in this game. Drew the red card early on against Oliver Stafford, which helped the New York Red Bulls get that dominance. And almost as advertised with Conway, super effective, dangerous, affecting the game at all times. That finish just wasn't there today.
Yeah, I think that's the only downside. That I guess when you look back on his performance, maybe he'd want to grab 1 or 2 goals in this match, but I think he has so much positives to look for in this game and something to build off of, partnering up quite well with Austin Brummett, him coming underneath, him stretching the game behind, and I think it's really, really impressive to see his growth, and he'll be a player we'll be tracking for years to come.
Another substitute during that stoppage. So DeBruma's day is done. Smith coming on for him. Number 52. Looks like he will go in to the NYCFC attack. I already saw Tyler Glassberg come off the bench for this NYCFC side. And for the blue side of New York, opportunity here to roll the dice and start to push a little, down 2-0 with about 10 minutes to play.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where you want to see what you have in kind of moments like this. It's a great time to test, young players and see, how committed they are to seeing out a game. And, there's still chances to be had in this game. We have got a while. We've seen crazier things happen in games. And so I think it'll be a big test for these young attackers. What can you bring to this game? What can you do off the bench? And, they're still in this game.
NYCFC going down a man in the 20th minute. Hanging on, conceding the first goal in stoppage time of the first half as Andrews able to head that one away. And then conceding the second goal to Kevin Merce here in the second half. Brummett now surrounded by blue shirts, able to at least keep possession for his team. Foot race here, a good battle. Kerry Dalton coming all the way to get that one.
Yeah, great play there by J.C. Cortez, shows his strength. They don't want to give up a goal here because then it gets really, really testy as this game, comes down in the final minutes. So Cortez does so well, shows his strength, and shows why he's such a big part of this defense.
Sanchez now chasing. Rossi goes all the way back to his goalkeeper. Clausen's been challenged in this one. A good performance. He'll be headed down to Chapel Hill to play with one of the premier college soccer programs at UNC. Already some NYCFC alumni in the ranks down there in North Carolina. Cooper Flax, the captain here, will step off this one, and Rossi will take it. Floated in by Rossi over Cortez's head. Playing up top alongside Ponzo Ocampo is Jeffrey Venegas, U.S. Youth International, who also came off the bench late here. Rothschild heads that one down. Racinos back into the feet of Cortez. Cortez pressured now. He's able to get to the second ball. And Dalton will spray it wide for Lucas. NYCFC turning up their press, trying to generate an opportunity to get back into this game. New York Red Bulls break it. Brummett now off and running. He's got black shirts alongside him in the middle. He slides it across, and the third goal is in. Gabriel off the bench at halftime. And it looks like he will seal the inaugural New York Academy Derby for this Red Bull side.
Yeah, it's a classic counterattacking goal there. NYCFC committing so many numbers forward there, just trying desperately to get into this game. And New York, it looked, they were trying to build out of it, and, it didn't look easy for a minute there, but they finally broke out of there. And great little flick on from, I'm not even sure who flicked it on. I think it was Widman. Flicked it on to Austin Brummett, and Austin Brummett does so well to drive, and Gabriel gets on the end of it. And again, you see how much emotion is into this match. Might necessarily have seen it in a lot of tackles and things like that, but when you get that goal, you can see how much it means to this group, and credit to New York for continually to go after it and keep their foot on the gas.
And you can hear it in the conversation with Paul O'Donnell, who's been around this academy for a while, has seen NYCFC now come up and be successful, how much that little bit of extra edge for this team. And Darcy and Gabriel there with the third goal. Austin Brummett now a goal and an assist for him, and as we said, got a couple minutes in USL Championship play as well. Yesterday it'll be Lucas, it looks like, to be subbed out late here. phenomenal performance for Jamie Lucas, an assist on the opening goal.
Yeah, Jamie Lucas was class today. You know, really set the tone defensively, which is something that, you know, we talked about. That's something they continually are trying to develop with him. But him going forward has been constantly dangerous today, and I think it's a top-class performance from him. And, you know, he's going to be all smiles after today.
And why not a 3-0 win? It looks like right now for New York Red Bulls at the U15 level, a 2-0 win to get the day started. So a huge performance for this New York Red Bull Academy team. Jackson 10 over is the man coming on in place of him, like for like at the right back spot. Windman guides that one out. And so in the first game, Nate Worth was dominant in central midfield, gets an incredible goal. So we got our award for man of the match. The unofficial one that we just invented. We don't have a body armor yet for it, although this Goldberry body armor been phenomenal. It's really kept me going here in the sun in the second half. Who would be your man of the match here so far?
Yeah, I think it has to be Austin Brummett. I think he brought, you know, a different aspect to this attack today. You know, really did it all. You know, I think to get them over the edge in the first half where, you know, the longer a game goes playing up a man, the tougher it gets. To grab that goal at the end of the first half was a huge momentum swing for this Red Bull side. And to grab another assist to cap off the day, I think it's, you know, well deserving of a man of the match for me.
Rossi floats this one in, flicked on NYCFC. Working their way back here. The goal for Carlo Brown. And he pulls it back to 3-1.
Great goal there from Carlo Brown. And as you can see, NYCFC, you know, they're continuing pushing. There's no quit in this team, which is so impressive. You know, great ball whipped in the box by Rossi, and he just soars above everyone and just flicks it on, and very, very good goal.
You can see why Rossi's so highly regarded. The quality on that service as we get another late substitution here. Ponce Ocampo's day is done. It looks like Tellez is coming on in his place. So everyone getting an opportunity to get a run out late on here for these two teams. Not over yet. We thought maybe Gabriel had sealed this one for the red side of New York, and then immediately Carlo Brown with the goal back the other way. This one's still hanging in the balance. Late on here, David Goss and Connor Lade with you for this big New York Academy derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor. Don't go anywhere. We've got so much more action coming for you. One of these teams is going to get to lift a trophy for the first time. One that we hope is continuously played as a big part of the youth development for players in both these clubs going forward. It looks like two substitutions made right there for NYCFC as Damon Rouse comes on as well. Also U15 youth national team player for the U.S., as well as an NYCFC Academy player. So he'll come on at left back. Rossi with the back heel, but an offside position there for Smith. It was a 20th minute red card for Oliver Stafford for NYCFC. Took 25 minutes for New York Red Bulls to break through. A really good first half for NYCFC, both before and after the red card. And then Red Bulls started to find that dominance. You said it. It can get hard when you're man up. It can get hard when, you know, the game expectations are on you. Felt like this New York team showed they had different types of ideas to break it down.
Yeah, I think there's been resiliency on both sides. You know, you got to stick to it to continually try to break down that block. And NYCFC was organized for a long period of this game. And, you know, despite a late goal in the first half, you know, they looked very good. And so I think, you know, they stuck to it. And, you know, it can go one of two ways when you're down a man. And I think today it was just seemed to be a little bit too much to overcome for NYCFC. And credit to the Red Bulls for really putting their best foot forward and not getting complacent, but really turning up and keeping their foot on the gas. And so it's very impressive win here today for them.
Austin Brummett down here, bleeding a little bit from his face. So we take a quick stoppage. We've talked all day about the differences between these clubs, the style they want to play, and how that can change the way you recruit. You can physically see it because both these groups of players from U15 and U17 level are a lot of players playing up. So a lot of players that aren't their age. On both sides, though, the Red Bull players are just taller and bigger. NYCFC's players are a little bit smaller. There's physicality on the NYCFC player side. There's touch and skill and technique on the Red Bull side. It doesn't mean everything, but you can really see the difference between the two clubs just when you look on the field.
Yeah, for sure. And, through the identity, you definitely can see in the philosophies, and, it's trickled down from the first team, the MLS sides, all the way down to, their young clubs, that, some of which that were playing early today, the U10s and U12s. And so, you can see the similarities between them, but also the differences are evident. And, I think as time goes on, it's going to be interesting to see how, maybe those identities shift, with the personnel that's kind of afforded to them. So it's going to be interesting to track these two clubs and see how their youth systems are developing over the years.
So that'll be it for the afternoon for Austin Brummett. A goal, assist, a yellow card. He's done absolutely everything, and he's probably sealed a victory and a trophy lift for this New York Red Bull Academy. Going off the back of about 10-minute performance in USL Championship play last night. This is what he came to this club for, right? The chance to compete at the pro level, the chance to compete against the best in the country, as Paul Samalj comes on as a substitute for him. Help secure things at the back in the dying moments of this one. Beautiful no-look pass to open up this attack. And that ball bouncing into the arms of Clausen. We have entered stoppage time here of this one. 3-1 lead for the Red Bulls.
And something John Tardy said in halftime really sticks out to me is like how great of a moment it would be once things start opening up a little bit, things get a little bit back to normal, seeing the respective fan bases here at a game like this. What a moment for these players. And I think, we hopefully this is going to be a thing that's going to continue throughout the future.
And we've seen for supporters, they're desperate to support these moments like this. We've seen for expansion clubs in MLS, fans coming out to academy games before the MLS teams have played their first games. We've seen the support New York Red Bulls, too, have gotten, as well as for NYCFC playing a lot of their games at Belson Stadium, your former stomping grounds where fans have come out and supported them. And so it would be very cool and very exciting to get those bleachers filled up. We'll probably have to check for smoke as fans come in, but definitely face paint allowed. And hopefully one day it's great to see Red Bull Arena and Yankee Stadium partially opened up already, and continue to get out there, get vaccinated, and help us get back to some full stadiums for some big moments going forward. Do you know the date of the MLS New York Derby?
Oof,
I assume they tattoo that on your ankle.
Yeah, it's coming up in the summer.
August?
Exactly. I'm pretty sure it's August. It's not tattooed, so.
It doesn't matter. This is the big one that everyone was focused on to start.
That's right. So
it looks like it's going to be 2-0 Red Bull coming out of this day. Much more left to be written in this rivalry.
August 21st.
There it is. That was the day we were looking for. Gabriel already one goal, cuts it back, and his shot straight into the hands of Clausen.
I didn't look it up. I just had to think really hard.
You have a mnemonic device, of course.
Yep.
August 8th. August is the 8th month. You didn't score 8 in the Red Wedding, but it was close. And you go from there, right?
There we go. Now we're talking. Let's keep bringing up some of those memories.
That's your mnemonic device. Patrick Shaw with the ode to history to start the day for us. The opening goal in the U15 matchup. The Matt Miazga baseball swing. Was it Felipe that threw the pitch?
It was.
The only baseball, quote-unquote, he's ever thrown in his entire life.
No, the form didn't look great, but, the effort was there. And funny, I was talking to Matt Miazga actually earlier today, and I think that's going to be something we're going to have to clip that for him. If he's not watching out there, I'm not sure. It might be a little bit of late. It's probably late over in Belgium, but I think we're going to have to clip that
Vincent Kompany requires a lot of sleep.
Yeah, exactly. We'll clip that, and we'll make sure he sees that, and I'm sure he'll get a kick out of it.
Kieran Dalton has been with the USL side most of the year. It looks like he's going to backstop this team to a huge victory in this one. The final whistle goes New York Red Bulls Academy 2-0 on the day, 3-1 in this second match to take the victory. Austin Brummett, the opening goal, as well as an assist to help clean things up. A phenomenal performance, a phenomenal experience for these young players. Connor, we've talked about it all day, the pressure, what this means in the development and the experience for these young players. And you got to tip your cap to the New York Red Bulls Academy sides and how they've stepped up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you got to make that luck, and I think New York Red Bulls did so well today to really persevere, keep their foot on the pedal, get 3-1 and a 2-0 win. I think it's incredible for this side. New York is red today, and I think for NYCFC, sometimes you learn a lot more through losses, and I think that's going to be very beneficial for these young players. And let's just say next time out, they won't forget this. And so I think it'll be very interesting to see these two teams play in the future.
As you said, a 2-0 win in the opening game, 3-1 in the second one. This is the first time ever these sides go out. You see Paul O'Donnell going over, talking with the referees, talking with the other head coaches. I think these, as you said, these coaching staff, they got what they wanted from this game. These players had an experience. Now they go back. Let's watch tape. Let's talk about what happened, how these games played out, and how you can get better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. For Red Bulls, you know, never too high, and for NYCFC, you never get too low. You want to stay even keel. There's a ton of positives to take from the NYCFC side. A lot of really, really good performances from that side today, and for the Red Bulls, the same. And so I think you get back to it. You gotta see what went well, see what didn't go well, learn from it, and we're excited to see the future for these young players.
We hope a return leg coming up later this year at NYCFC's training facility, but we do believe that this is the start of a big tradition. Adidas and Body Armor stepping in to help provide some top-level competition for these young teams coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic and restrictions on their schedules and on their travel, and it has been, as advertised, intense, physical. The first game just opened up with tackles flying, and it really hasn't slowed down since then.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, from the moment kickoff of the U15 game, and I'm sure it started earlier today with the early games, but really set the tone for the day, and you love to see young players just go after it, fight for bragging rights, and that's exactly what you wanted to get out today, and I think we got exactly that.
And these players now coming over, getting ready to lift the trophy for the first time ever. The New York Academy Derby. As we said, we hope this is the first of many. Body Armor supplying some special Goldberry drinks for the winning side to enjoy. And of course, Adidas helping chip in for a nice big shiny cup. It's bigger than a lot of the trophies you're going to get when you do reach the professional ranks. Austin Brummett, a goal and an assist. Kevin Merce with the second goal direct off the free kick. And JC Cortez, the captain, backstopping this team. An opportunity to lift this trophy for the first time ever. 2021 is owned by New York Red Bulls as they win the New York Academy Derby presented by Adidas and Body Armor. And Austin Brummett and Curtis Ofori. A USL Championship appearance last night, and then a championship trophy to lift here today. Everything these players wanted.
Yeah, you can see what this means to these players, and this is just going to be a day they're never going to forget. And, you know, they're going to be going home with smiles on their faces. And for the NYCFC players over there, this is a moment they're never going to forget as well. And this is going to add fuel to the fire. This is just the first chapter of this derby, Academy Derby, and it's only going to get more exciting from here. And we're excited to see, you know, some more challenges, you know, big tackles, great goals like we saw today. And I think, you know, the future is bright for this Academy Derby.
Let's take a look at the highlights from this one. Let's take a look at those goals. It was a phenomenal goal from Nate Worth in the first game that really set the tone, and this was a big moment in the first half. Eli Conway threw on goal. Oliver Strafford called for the foul, given a red card, and then Austin Brummett here in the 45th minute. He's open on the far post, but a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do is right, and great ball in from Lucas, and I think, you know, Austin Brummett just to be, you know, that aerodynamic finish, and you can see Stafford getting sent off here. You know, it's like such a gut punch for a young player, and this game means so much to him as well, and he wanted to be a part of it. But New York took advantage of being up a man, and I think Clausen was fantastic throughout this game. regardless, I know for a keeper, giving up 3 goals it's going to sting. But I thought he had incredible saves, and that scoreline could have been a lot worse without his huge performance here today.
For the New York Red Bulls, it wasn't dominant at all times. They gave up some big looks. NYCFC hit the post early in the game, had a really good look right after the red card, but this maybe was the backbreaker. Kevin Merce with the free kick, bounces in the box, and he hits it with enough pace for it to sneak into that back post.
Yeah, it's a really dream goal. You know, perfect ball from a wide free kick, and you can see Austin Bremet capping off his day with his assist. Just perfect pass across the box, and Gabriel just puts the finishing touches on what was a great play. You can see the flick on Widman to really spring that play. And Austin Bremet, it's just easy. You just got to pass that ball across the 6, and good things will happen. And you can see what it means to Gabriel, what it means to this entire bench, and what a moment for these players.
NYCFC had one last gasp in them. Was able to get the goal off the head of Carlo Brown, the assist for Diego Rossi, but just a little bit too late for NYCFC as they go 0-2 on the day from an academy level. And New York Red Bulls lift the first ever New York Academy Derby trophy, and they are feeling good. And this is exactly what this academy has been working for. They've got players pushing in at the pro level, homegrowns playing in MLS, and now getting that success on the field here, but even more the experience and the opportunity. Connor, it's been awesome being here with you. The future is bright. The soccer is good. The players are so fun to root for from both sides. There's a lot of promise coming through. We thank everyone out there for taking the time to watch along with us, as well as everyone in our truck and our production crew who have sat through it all and listened to us go back and forth for about 4.5 hours. They are the real heroes sitting out there and sticking alongside us. Well, for myself, for Connor, and everyone in our production, thanks so much for watching, and have a great day.
We saw the possibilities, that what's best for the athlete must be better for the planet. So we're making products with recycled materials, products made to be remade, and products made with nature, so all people can see the possibilities to take action and help end plastic waste, so we still have places to play.